It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times, in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits and fucks.
What a mistake if I've ever said of it. Everywhere it is machines, real ones, not figurative ones. Machines driving other machines, machines being driven by other machines with all the necessary couplings and connections. An organ machine is plugged into an energy source machine. The one produces a flow that the other interrupts. The breast is a machine that produces milk in the mouth of a machine. Coupled to it, the mouth of the anorexic wavers between several functions. Its possessor is uncertain as to whether it is an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, or a breathing machine. Asthma attack. Hence we are all handymen, each with his little machines. For every organ machine, an energy machine.
All the time fails and interruptions.
Judge Straber has sunbeams in his ass, a solar anus.
And rest assured that it works.
Judge Straber feels something,
Produces something and is himself a product of
something produced. The self and the non-self,
outside and inside,
no longer have any meaning whatsoever. Seem subjective and objective are merely terms that designate
products.
a schizophrenic out for a walk is a better model than a neurotic lying on the analyst couch. A breath of fresh air, a relationship with the outside world. Laughter at the schizoanalytic venture has no other goal to unleash these flows in a controlled and guided manner. Controlled not by an authoritarian figure, but by the schizoanalyst himself.
The one of the schizophrenic experience, the schizanalyst ceases being a judge, a being, and becomes a mechanic, an artisan. The schizophrenic experiences the glories of the machine, not in its technical aspect, but in its technical aspect.
Also, because he is also an engineer and electrician,
but in the aspect of the machinic schizophrenia, is desiring machine, technical machine, social machine, total machine.
Metaphor, there is no such thing as metaphor. Metaphor is a disease. Metaphor is an illusion. Metaphor is a hallucination.
No such thing as metaphor. The positive task consists of describing the machinic assemblages of desire.
The negative task consists of deconstructing the historical
formations of the subject. The positive task consists of describing the machinic assemblages of desire.
The negative task consists of deconstructing the historical formations of the subject.
The positive task consists of describing the machinic assemblages of desire.
The negative task consists of deconstructing the historical formation of the subject.
It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times, in fits and starts. It breathes, it eats, it eats, it shits and fucks.
What a mistake to have as ever it. Everywhere it is machines, real ones, not figurative ones. Machines driving other machines, machines being driven by other machines with all the necessary
couplings and connections. An organ machine is plugged into an energy source machine. The one produces a flow that the other interrupts. The breast is a machine that produces milk in the mouth of a machine. Coupled to it, the mouth of the anorexic wavers between several functions. Its possessor is uncertain as to whether it is an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, or a breathing machine.
Asthma attack.
Hence
we are all handymen, each with his little machines. For every organ machine, an energy machine.
All the time fails and interruptions.
Judge Straber has sunbeams in his ass, a solar anus.
And rest assured that it works.
Judge Straber feels something, produces something and is himself a product of something produced. The self and the non-self,
outside and inside,
no longer have any meaning whatsoever, since subjective and objective are merely terms that designate products.
A schizophrenic out for a walk is a better model than a neurotic lying on the analyst couch.
A breath of fresh air, a relationship with the out.
One second, everyone. I don't have enough room here, so I've got to move my monitor, which always has to end up going in front of the camera, sadly, when I'm not streaming. But let's get some lights on this. Been trying to get a handful of things for YouTube working. Pretty sure I did, finally, because YouTube is just not working great. I don't know. It's been weird. How are all of you? Are you disappointed to be talking to a fake leftist? I know. You still showed up. I'm assuming, hoping that I will still condemn some of your... my favorite comments are those that are like, oh, so Brooks is condemning everyone who's condemning... No, God, stop. 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 Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. It seems I'm working. This is good. Leaving a half hour to go see the Odyssey. I hear it's excellent. And I'm looking forward to seeing it at some point. Welcome to liberalism. Hey, Chip Pashy, you motherfucker. Let's have new trees today. Let's let them grow, see what happens today, see what we can do. So this is not a drama setup as far as I am aware that it isn't. I actually have had a handful of possibly positive interactions. I have no doubt that everyone is going to end up disappointing me. I have no doubt. But I was told some very good faith interactions are happening, so I'm going to return the favor. Fucking someday I'll fix this and get it working. 2 seconds and pop. Cardposting, who is, I think I only know Cardposting through interactions with a few other people, mostly. I don't think I've certainly never had interactions with Cardposting, not in a meaningful way. Not in a way that works as a thing. But I do want to share and open up what is just good news. Let me see if the web can play these links. Let's find out. If you didn't know, I'm glad music's not playing. It's been a few hours and we haven't heard anything. If you didn't know. If you didn't know, you believe that's fake? Why? Why do you believe that's fake? There's no reason to believe that's fake. I understand this, but it's the internet and all. I'm enjoying. And there's no reason to believe it's fake. There isn't. So, as real as Mitch McConnell, I'm going to just let this make me have a good day. I'm just going to say this is just going to give me a better day. And you know what? Let's start with that positive feeling. Sometimes he gets sleepy. What's the big deal? That's fair. That's fair. Someone added the music, Don't Fear the Reaper, which I have been humming for the last 45 minutes. Because this was posted, a half hour. This was posted a half hour ago, which is pretty great. It's pretty great. Assuming you can't link, I mean, you can link in you can link all you want in the Discord. They are there. You can link all you want in the Discord. Discord.gg/DGQC. You're more than welcome to do that there. Last year, totally forgot until now. God, someone pinged me just right now. I will do this soon. I just want to start with good news. Look, it's just good news. A few weeks ago now, I made a video about religion, and it was a response-ish to a kind of fine video by Andrewism, who turned out not to be someone who actually cares about engaging in any way. And also President Sunday, who I fully expect at some point to create a video just shitting all over what I said. Who knows? But it was kind of hey, I don't really think religion itself is useful, but I also think that throwing out the category is a little bit of baby with the bathwater, that there's something to be learned from it. And I went through kind of Roberto Unger's idea of what the religion of the future was, which if you haven't read, I can't recommend the book enough. And it is a good piece. I'm pretty happy with it as a thing. Del Duende, it is you. And I will get to it, I promise, because the subaltern shit is its own nightmare. Won't be this stream, probably. This stream is hopefully good vibes. But
hello there. Today,
Cardposting posted a video called Disagreeing with the DGQC about Religion. And someone said, who posted this, you know who you are, that it seems like it's in good faith. So, shall we see if it's in good faith? I've had a lot of bad luck on these videos. Guys. Cardposting is an odd cat, for sure. His vibe, I either go in or out of, like, at any point embracing. The idea of having this fucking crazy fucking bunch of fucking CRT monitors. I mean, I'm a lo-fi asshole from an era where that was the monitors we had. I love this shit. But I have a... We'll see. I only watched the first minute. I've never heard of this man before. We're going to find out.
I just wanted to articulate some thoughts I've had recently while and subsequently.
One sec. Let's make sure it's turned up.
Listening to a video put out not too long ago by the DGQC channel. The video in question is Religion Works, That's the Problem. I'll link it at the top of the description. As a courtesy, naturally, and because I think it's worth listening to. If not only just to hear a few book recommendations I'd also second myself, but also because it's stimulating in its own right. And if you can follow along with it, you'll probably get something out of it.
That was the goal.
Maybe orient your own thoughts a bit more, even if you don't agree with the video's overall direction. Like, I think I don't. Still,
we'll find
go
out.
Watch it when you've got time, then maybe come back here. Now, first and foremost, I should say, this video I'm sharing my thoughts on, it's grappling with some pretty heady topics. Namely the function of religion, the social mechanisms by which organised religion operates, and following on from that, there's something of an implied question lingering in the air, whether or not this stuff's good, very broadly speaking.
Depending on what stuff he means, sort of. It's sort of.
Now,
it's not the worst summary of this. It's not bad.
It's not like any of us doing YouTube videos are going to solve this issue.
That is completely untrue. Some YouTuber is going to do a 9-minute video or a 3-minute short, and it's going to cure all of our ills. I'm just waiting for it.
Can't be solved at all. But it's maybe good to have the discussion, have the thoughts.
There's no way he got rid of his hair. If he got rid of his hair, that is a fucking... Look, he may say a lot of things in this and say a lot of things about me. If he got rid of his hair, that's a fundamental mistake that he's made as a person. I'm hoping it's tied back. It's a fundamental mistake to get rid of that hair.
About it all, nonetheless. And in sharing my own thoughts about the ideas we hear in this video, first, I just want to pick out a few minor quibbles I picked up on and made note of before I get to the main thrust of what this piece from DGQC has gotten me thinking. Just little things that could potentially be avenues to go down on their own right some other time, but not really what I wanted to focus on today. Like, I appreciate that Brooks DGQC here recognizes the similarities that can be drawn between Western political frameworks of the last several hundred years and the Abrahamic religion's framing of man's moral universe as something to be grappled with and struggled through. And I also could potentially go on for a while with some thoughts building off of this video's very accurate summation of, I would say, the most important cosmological aspect of any religion in the mind of the religious person. That is, the sense of purpose or sense of meaning, some sort of meaning to the universe religion can very potentially bring to someone. How it fills in the existential agita hole that would otherwise linger in the back of the irreligious person's mind.
Yep.
How it removes the groundlessness, as Brooks puts it.
And I can't take credit for it. That's ultimately Religion of the Future, wonderful book, Roberto Unger's piece, that I'm fucking totally just stealing the whole time. Now, granted, I cite it like 90 times, but I have to give credit to Unger because it's a phenomenal way that he puts it. It's about how these interlocking elements create a space of foundation that we can remove ourselves from groundlessness. It's a again, this is a great start. It's a great start.
And honorary mention to one more minor thing. I picked up on the fact that at one point Brooks quickly mentions the failure of Marxism to make the future of the species the container for the infinite. There's a lot that's been said by plenty of
It is a big statement. I mean, it is a big statement. It's not, again, not ultimately my statement. It's an argument. I've got a handful of people that, like, I'm pulling from for that. It's a foundation built on imagination. All foundations are built on imagination. There's no such thing as a foundation. That's the whole point at a base level. That's the whole point. As I was saying, it's not directly my claim. The whole point of all of it, and it is a thing that would be worth like spending time on, because there is. I was slightly over polemic when I said it, to be completely fair to it. I still think it's accurate. And there's real literature and versions of this, but I think there's secular versions of this have a struggle at a deep level that just don't hold up in the same way.
Communist, anarchist thinkers in the past about the potential need for a revolutionary anti-capitalist movement to back up its political dogma with some sort of a philosophical or pseudo-religious ideology too. You know, something that morally justifies why you're advocating redistributive economics and radical means to achieve it and so on. People were discussing that sort of thing in the 1860s and around the time of the Russian Revolution and throughout the 20th century and so on. And you could even get into case studies of people like John Brown, the militant American abolitionist, and talk about
hyper-religious,
like
super religious,
inspired by or justify their radical militant actions through religious rationales. But like I said, maybe a topic for another day. What I really wanted to bore down on here is perhaps what I most firmly disagree with the DGQC video about. I think Brooks has unfortunately overlooked a major aspect of what religion provides to the life of the religious person. Don't get me wrong, taking away the...
I think I know what he's going to say here because his thumbnail kind of gave it away. Also, I have to give credit. If you haven't seen the thumbnail, he spent a little bit of time drawing me out, and it is not unflattering. He could have been very unflattering. He was not unflattering.
Existential groundlessness is a big part of it. But I think there's another big thing religion, now and historically, provides. Simple, actual, right here, right now, material benefit.
I mean, I name a handful of them.
To take part in. Friends,
community,
family, a rich cultural tradition to inherit, music, food, poetry.
Show the thumbnail. I don't know if I can easily. I'd have to zoom in. Go to Cardposting. Give them a like. Give some love. And I mean, Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Celebration, romance.
He gave you the pink hair. I had the pink hair for a long time. I mean, my dude maybe didn't know that I fucking have gotten rid of it. I don't know if he watches my streams.
Purpose beyond just an existential sense, but things that can enrich your life on Earth right now. I would go so far as to say that's quite probably the most important function of religion.
So, I mean, we'll get to maybe where I disagree. I'll let him build on it, but I can very cleanly say that I don't ignore community. I spend a large amount of time talking about a very specific person that I try not to be too specific about who they are, so that way people can figure it out or whatever, about how they have a community, that they have a pastor, that they have this support network. When I go through how Klosowski talks about worship service, for example, in funerals and prayer services, I don't mention laying of hands, but I talk about the machinery of the community because it's where the impulsional economy of this stuff runs. It's not a claim that community doesn't matter. It's not that I left community out by the wayside. Community's very much built into it, but community is one of the stages of the chain of capture that happens during this. When I talk about that, the actual practice of any of these things. This is why, by the way, well, a lot of the comments were like, well, Buddhism is about getting rid of blah, blah. It's like, yes, but Buddhism then becomes about a ritualized practice, which is a grounding. This becomes the ground that is groundlessness as ground, which is an incredible thing that Buddhism and Zen Buddhism has somehow found a way to do. But the practice is the deal. Practice becomes like representational. I think I even literally talk about how it becomes community, that the community is institution at that point. He's analyzing community from a different machinery standpoint. I'm not ignoring it. He's making a different claim, I think. His claim more is that community is a positive, life-affirming aspect versus my take, which is that community is an aspect of the machinery in a particular capture way. There is benefit, but there's capture with it. And I hope that's the disagreement he has. I hope that's the disagreement. What's the name of his channel? That's a great question. I feel terrible. I don't know it literally off. I should know this. Cardposting it's Cardposting. It's just literally fucking card. Are you kidding me? It's just Cardposting. Cardposting. That's it. But it's a very much a disagreement. I don't ignore community though. I call it out as the aspect of capture.
Especially today. If your religion is functioning well, functioning like it should, like it ought to, then its real agita-removing power will not lie in providing belief in a supernatural higher power, or some sort of life after life, but in simply looking around and seeing you've got a community. Now, in one sense, having a community, and particularly knowing that that community will outlast you, gives you some existential purpose.
I certainly don't disagree with this. I don't think my essay disagreed with this at all.
Mr. President!
I don't think that's the case at all.
It gives you a project of a sort to contribute.
Why is this particular religion? Well, there's a significant aspect of leftist theory, and I have empathy for it. Like in terms of like attachment and investment in it. The early socialist days, especially in America, but I would say in all of the West, agrarian, rural, religious communities were it. If you haven't heard Jordy, Kid Not Kin, have this conversation about, when we were down doing ICE protests, and Jordy was there a lot more than me, he was spending a lot of time with church leaders and pastors who were absolutely more radical than most people we know. There's a community aspect and community building that and it's the language you said is, I think, the really telling thing. When it's working as it should, when it's working well, this is the problem with a critique whenever you say that and you have that conversation, because it's, oh, well, that's the pure version of the thing. That's what it's intended to be. That's the good side. You're just getting the bad religion. And I don't ascribe to this idea. I think we get what we get. We get the world as it is. That's it. I think that's just it. Isn't he saying you overlooked? He is saying I overlooked him, but I really didn't. Let me pull up my script for that one. Because I really don't think I did. So like, okay. No, I didn't overlook it at all. Yeah, no, I mentioned community multiple times. I talk about it specifically. Religious communities endured when non-membership was punishable. There's weird language here.
Where your actions and what you add to it will hopefully persist. Your life ends, but the meaning of it, what you do, what you've done with it.
This is the language here is fascinating.
That's quite probably the most important function of religion.
Because I talk about this almost. But the language, if your religion is functioning well,
I would go so far as to say that's quite probably the most important function of religion, especially today. If your religion is functioning well, functioning like it should, like it ought to,
yeah, then
it's real.
That's going to be where we start having a split, because the nature of how community forms in this and it is ideally functioning. And again, and
that'll put you ahead of the other kids. Modern Jewish community is the fact that if I were dropped into just about any random city in the world with nothing but the clothes on my back, I would just head to the nearest synagogue I could find, and they'd give me new food, new clothes, new shelter, and help getting home.
Yep. And I tell people, if you're ever really anywhere in the world, and you find yourself hungry, and you're like, fuck, I don't have money, I don't know where I'm at, whatever, find the nearest Sikh temple, S-I-K-H, if you need help searching for it, and just go there. Respect them as you do, but they'll feed you. And it's fucking pretty good food. It's pretty fucking good food, actually. Like, it's weirdly good food for what it is.
I would tentatively suggest the more minoritized the group, the more it's inclined to help its own. What's the largest segment of the population which is minoritized? Women. And most women can tell you there's some inter-woman solidarity they feel. They've been socialized into it. Here's a fun experiment to try. Make yourself invisible.
I want to go back a second to the Judaism example.
What's the... Without 6,000 years and kept up a cultural continuity with our forebearers all the while? Because of community.
Yes. It's an interesting thought because it's certainly not wrong. Jewish community, which is fucking long-term shit. Like we're talking about excessively, very, very, you don't like this at all? I'm going to give it some room. Jewish community and areas, if you're Jewish, you can drop in. There's that thing. He's not wrong there, but is it the religion that sets this up, or is it the minoritarian stasis and status of all of that? Like the challenge becomes like the core function of the diaspora is material communal. It's not cosmological in that sense, but it's also not born of religion. That's not how it's set up. That it's born of us v them, minoritarian status, or generalized social graces and ethics that are born of it. I'm really hesitant to say, I don't know. We'll see where he goes.
Even while people keep trying to kill us all every couple of generations for some reason, we do our best to help one another. Do you think a random collective of people without any sort of cultural tie to one another could do that? I don't think they could. And that's got...
I mean, there's a lot there's like someone in chat saying it becomes chicken and the egg at that point, because my example of the Sikh that do the exact same thing. There's Muslim sects that absolutely do the exact same thing. I'm not sure the phrasing I'd use is like that it's born of religion. I think these are good examples. It's a strong point. It's a strong point that I would need to figure out how to like actually deal with it. But again, this is the stuff I opened my piece with. The thing that this stuff seems to produce. It's a quasi-causal as a thing. This is like my entire section on Klosowski, where I go through this and I talk about how people invest and become invested in those very same things. I don't think you can ascribe to the transcendent nature of religion. I think the representation that is the practice becomes vestigial, and the economy still runs. Like the proof of the concept as I'm describing it is his example. I just didn't find a way to talk about it that way in a way that really came across strongly. So it's a critique of how I talked about it. Unger nails this, and I really should have done a better job with that. It's not a bad point.
Nothing to do with
the underlying thing of saying when a religion works well, that becomes an issue.
cosmology or mysticism or removing the existential groundlessness. Not these days, certainly. Modern Jewish culture isn't telling kids, hey, become a level 100 Talmud master. It's telling them, hey, study hard in school and learn how to budget for yourself properly, and that'll put you ahead of the other kids.
I'm going to guess by his accent he's not in Israel. I just have a guess that Israeli children are learning a little bit differently there.
modern Jewish community is the fact that if I were dropped into just about any random city in the world with nothing but the clothes on my back, I would just head to the nearest synagogue I could find, and they'd give me new food, new clothes, new shelter, and help getting home. I would tentatively suggest the more minoritized the group, the more it's inclined to help its own. What's the largest segment of the population which is minoritized? Women. And most women can tell you there's some inter-woman solidarity they feel.
Mm-hmm.
They've been socialized into it. Here's a fun experiment to try. Make yourself invisible, then follow a woman into the ladies' restroom at a nightclub, for instance.
I will pass on that.
Observe just what they're doing in the sink area in there. Commiserating with one another, fixing each other's makeup, and sharing tampons and pads and whatnot. That's a small, mild example of this sort of community.
I've been to a huge number of clubs in my many years of being a drunk who enjoys going out, where you have non-gendered bathrooms, and the same's true there. With men too. So
You help people in your minority culture, whether that minority culture is something defined by gender or nationality or religion or whatever else. Same
reactive minoritarianism is a thing. Reactive minoritarianism is a thing. That's not a... It's not... Yeah, that's a thing.
goes with religion. When we meet for synagogue, the perfunctory textual reading of the week is more or less just pretense for the meeting itself. And the
It's like talking about the family with the implicit assumption that family is essential and good as such, supplanted within communities, supplanted within religion. Correct. It's and the triangle, mommy, daddy, me. Yes, yes. This is the problem. The thing is, I don't want to say the problem. This is a decent criticism. It's a decent criticism. He's not right, but it's a decent criticism.
informal conversations that happen afterwards. The older men will stay in the lecture room for hours afterwards and making plans for things to do with one another out in the community in the coming week. And the women will be in the lounge rooms and the big baths in the back, swapping childcare tips and new recipes and so on. And us young guys will be down in the tunnels learning how to make golems and studying invisibility Kabbalah and so on. That's the real value of religion, of culture, of tradition. It gives you something to do, something to better yourself with, something practical, something that the practice of, alongside other people, builds solidarity between you and them.
To a point. One of the big issues with reactive minoritarianism, reactive ethnicities, again, the studies have had this for years. This is not like new ground he's talking about. It's a fair critique to my point. But I would argue that the idea of the causality of it on both ends has problems. Groups that are persecuted, and he mentions, I'm guessing he's Jewish, or that was a really weird aside. Women, whatever it may be, pick a minority group. That's fine. It doesn't matter. They're famously fractured when under extreme pressure. Persecution produces informants. It produces power structures that are reactive to that. It becomes sectarian. You end up with a class stratification within minorities that puts them in a position of being people who yell at each other about black capitalism versus proper revolutionary socialism, and all of that. Like, solidarity and predation come hand in hand. So, and the dominant groups aren't free of this, by the way. Like, that's not the thing. I mean, for Christ's sakes, pick, like, country clubs are like hilarious joke versions of this, right? Like, if you haven't ever been to one or worked at one, like the weird infighting, homeowners associations, right, as a great example. These are majority in-group solidarities that also fracture. And they're very effective, but what he's describing is not a thing that white cis men lack, right? It's solidarity mechanisms that are laundered through neutral institutions and therefore invisible as solidarity. It's a more interesting claim, and it would be, I think, stronger as a critique, and I'm probably making that myself at this point, but like the mutual aid of the capitalist class is called networking, right? I can't remember who said that. It's a great line. But that's just networking. That's just networking.
I think Brooks here has unfortunately failed to consider this sort of angle enough.
You have a way about you.
That's okay, though. You can't expect
Okay,
everyone to know everything. And it gives me an opportunity to maybe give him something new to think about.
Let's do it.
But I'll also note, I think this is a mistake and oversight that you might hear from a lot of online content creators who touch this topic.
Uh-oh. I think I prefigured my own doom here.
And for a very clear reason. And the root of that oversight, the reason, lies in the fact that all of these biggest, most visible content creators who do this sort of content are almost always most or all of the following things.
Oh, no. I think it was Hummel who said that. You know what he's going to say. This makes me sad. This makes me sad. I kind of don't want to keep watching because sad but predictable. Yeah, no shit. I fucking hate this so much. Who said that this? I think the person who commented, it was Godspeed. There you are. I've not watched more than the first minute. Damn straight. That's actually the argument I think he's about to make. Is it's the damn straights. I think that's actually what he's going to say, Yog.
White, male, straight, cisgender.
All right, cool. I don't have to be nice. That's this is the opposite of everything I believe in.
Gentile, native English speaking, able-bodied, not destitute. They tend to have very few, if any, elements of their identity by which they are socially minoritized.
I have this thing. I'm trying to figure out if I should be more offended that people presume what he just presumed about me, or when people presume the opposite and they call me F slurs and gay slurs because they presume I'm queer. I don't know which is more offensive. I think they're both really, really offensive by not allowing me to be a thing, but what streamers are not destitute? Oh, I mean, how would he know that I've been on food stamps for 9 months, 10 months, 11 months, 14 months, that my children are on government insurance, that I have a lovely place behind me. I'm renting a lovely place. I work my ass off for the slim pickings I get to pay for this, but I'm not enough of a minority. Little does he know anything about my actual lived experience, what it means, trauma, tragedy, experiences of poverty, homelessness, on being unhoused, working with unhoused, working in any of these things. There's no Card is known to promote his videos on 4chan. Well, I mean, this is... I don't...
And when your demographic experiences very little institutional discrimination...
I think you need to check yourself, my friend. I think you really need to check yourself. You really got to do that, dude. You got to just take a second and just fucking check your shit, man. I actually outline a handful of ways that I was minoritarian and I was persecuted for my religious beliefs and ways that I thought of the world. This is just from that video. But again, it's a lot of assumptions about me, dude.
You don't get those little in-group solidarity survival mechanism experiences. And without experience, you might just not understand it properly ever.
It's hard for me to even tell you how emotionally I dislike this. And I'm trying to be very, very simple about this. Very nice about it and very basic because I just don't feel like losing my shit on it, but...
If you're, say, born in the USA in the past 50 years or so, and you're not raised in a minoritized religion, I don't think you'll properly understand the material function and thereby the value that religion has to the lives of its adherents.
Why do you not think the majoritarian position in America doesn't have excessive community built around the church? Do you not believe Christians have community and that there's not value in community that I literally outlined in my thing? Do you not believe the person I was speaking of whose child was murdered needed community? Are you fucking kidding? Is this a thing you're going to do? Let's not make it personal. Let's not make it personal. I'm going to step past that because to be frank, I'm a fake leftist and I don't give a fuck about you. And I care less about you every further moment I hear you fucking talk. Fuck. Structurally, granting a standpoint claim, granting it, which I don't, but let's play that fucking bullshit line. This cannot do the work you are assigning it. Because the thing you are saying that I cannot see, the material communal function of religion, I write about in the fucking essay. I do it at length. And I do it with theoretical apparatuses via multiple other thinkers that I specifically use to analyze this. Standpoint epistemology, which is shit, by the way. It's shit. It's shit. It's shit. It cannot do anything to explain any text that I wrote, that I said, that I speak of, or that I'm repeating now. It can't explain differential access.
If you're raised nominally evangelical or mainline Protestant or
Nope.
probably even Catholic
Nope.
in the US these days,
Not me, so good job.
you won't understand why Jews and Muslims and Hindus and Sikhs and so on make their own little communities.
Do you not believe Christians have communities? What kind of whack job are you? Do you not understand how... Do you not live in a Western country where like mega churches go and people give money and they donate and they take care of cancer for friends and they come over with food when someone's sick? The church takes care. Do you not understand that these things happen in majoritarian religions? Do you think you're special? Do you think you're special because your religion takes care of people and that like Christian, they just shoot people in the face? What the fuck do you think is going on? Like,
You don't understand what we minoritized religious persons are getting out of it.
well, fuck you. I mean, fuck you, dude. I think it's clear you don't understand what other people are getting out of it. That's an incredibly narcissistic take. Good Lord. How do you do this? That's a really terrible way to speak to people, especially people who you don't know the story of. You don't know the way they've experienced trauma or persecution at a grand scale. And I will say, it's not an Olympics. I have you beat there. I've been persecuted on a national scale. Directly. At large. Before the internet existed as we know it. So I've experienced some level of persecution. And it gives me a particular perspective. I think this is a gross, fractured way that you're proving my point. Jesus Christ.
And you won't understand that historically, having that community and that culture and its traditions and holding to all that has often been a matter of survival. As something of an aside, this is what lefty people of colour, principally, tend to mean when they say white people have no culture. A certain type of reactionary gets really mad when you say that, and they start...
I think it's stupid. White people have all of the cultures. We take from all of them. Do you not... Taco Bell is a white person thing. Like, it's... I used to hear people in Colorado. I grew up in Colorado. And Colorado has a very neutral-ish accent. You can hear his accent. You can spot it. My accent, you could kind of not really place where people... And it's a thing that happens in Colorado, Arizona a little bit. Like, there's a few areas. But California has one. We don't. But everyone in Colorado used to talk about how we have no accent, which is not true. We have a fucking Colorado accent this hurts my brain. But like, white people have taken, do you know where I've traveled the world. I've been in many, 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 many countries. Do you want to know where the best Indian food is? The UK. Sorry. It's true. It's the best. I've never had Indian food like the UK. It's extraordinary. The high end, the cheap, the shitty, the street vendors. Jesus Christ. They do things with currywurst is a German white dude thing. And it's fantastic. It's like culture. White people take all the cultures. Like, I grew up listening to jazz and Shaka Khan and I just like, what the tread carefully. I don't get the point. Like, white people have no culture. I hate the sentiment. I hate the sentiment.
telling you very loudly about all the operas and cathedrals and paintings of men on horseback people with the same skin tone as them have made. That's not what the phrase is about. What it refers to.
Good.
There's a big misunderstanding going on.
Singapore has very good Indian food. Well, Dubai has wonderful Indian food. Qatar has wonderful Indian food. But the UK, there's something about it there. It's almost like it's a reaction to how bland general UK food is. That like they went fucking turn it on to 11.
Remember that example I gave earlier about how I could find myself lost in just about anywhere in the world and I'd just find the nearest synagogue and they'd help me out?
You can do that with the Sikhs and you don't even have to be a Sikh.
The phrase, white people have no culture, is kind of referring to how some people, mainly white people, can't do anything like that. culture should not be understood here.
The South of America is very racist. And a black person can't do what I'm about to say. But if you're hungry in the South, they'll feed you. And I mean, just generally. Like, if you're like, I lost my wallet, blah, blah. Oh, sweetheart, come on in. Let's have some, like, what the, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't.
As merely the sum total stuff people of your race have made, but rather the underlying sense of connection you'll have with members of your minoritized demographic group.
Okay, so this would mean, and this is bad sociology, bad logic. Okay, I can name various social groups that are absolutely white who 100% do this. However, I'd be naming a group that is fundamentally itself minoritarian. If I were to say, you go up into a holler in West Virginia, I have a coal mining family, my grandpa from coal mine family, and I mean white guy. I go up there, and I'm like, hey, I need to, yeah, the Appalachian people are actually quite friendly, but now it's a minority, so it doesn't count because they're oppressed in this way or that. The Cajun, which by the way, alligator's delicious. You should have alligator. It's fucking so good. Alligator is so fucking good. It's like a lobster fucked a steak. It's great. Cajun culture has this though. Like Bayou Cajun culture has a lot of that same thing. If you're in Utah, Mormons will do that. Mormons will do that. They will absolutely do that. That is a very much, I don't think you could call Mormonism a non-white religion, right? I would argue. I think it's a pretty white dude, white woman thing. Not a lot of queer, mostly straight, mostly cis, mostly decently well off. Mormonism is a odd self-selecting group, right? And that's high solidarity. It would pass the synagogue test he's got in every single way, but it's Christian. Historically persecuted, sure. Now it's minoritarian. So it's this weird logic that, hey, when I name a group that doesn't have a cohesive meaning, like white people, there's no, like white people is, this is like weird. There's no such, just like there's no such thing as black people. Same kind of thing. There's black born Americans. There are people from Jamaica who move here. I have a buddy of mine, really, really nice guy who's Jamaican and his family's Jamaican. They're not descendants of slaves as far as he's aware. And he lives in America. He moved here and his kid's being raised, and he's like, he doesn't have that connection because he can trace his ancestry. It's a different thing. It's a different existence, different culture. And that thing that he's got, that's different. When we're talking about like white people, you're creating a category that fundamentally doesn't have anything in common and saying, hey, look, they don't have anything in common. And then the moment I give you someone in common, you can say, oh, well, that's all in common. And it's like, this becomes this sort of self-selecting thing because it's not about truly minoritarian solidarity. I open with the community of religion, white communities of religion that absolutely do all of this stuff, but they are themselves a minority within the larger white group. So I don't know. What the fuck? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. We had Cajun seafood boil tonight? No shit. God damn. I need to fucking... There's no gator farms on this side of the country, and gator's really expensive to get sent out. If you haven't had good gator, and Titan said you get the tail, he's not wrong. But man. Breckenridge, Colorado. In the winter, occasionally my friends and I would go up. And it was understood that it's you die if you're in exposure out there. Doors would be left unlocked If you needed a place to crash, it was okay. But that doesn't count because they're mountain people. I'm Irish. Well, Irish aren't even white now, but they are sort of. But again, the Irish would say it's in fairness to Card, it's hard as fuck for people not from or having visited the U.S. significantly to understand just how much wealth disparity and fucked up subcultures we have. But then don't judge it. The United States is not America. People from other countries do not fucking, if you don't travel significantly, I don't care what country you're from. If you have lived in part of, I don't know, isn't he like New Zealand, Australia? Like, I don't know, pick your corner of Australia, pick your city. You don't leave Canberra. You don't fucking leave the islands of New Zealand. You live in Tanzania. I don't fucking know. But if you live there and then you look at America, you think, oh, the homogeneity of the area that I'm in is the same as America. And if you travel Australia, you're like, oh, that's kind of, you know, there's people, they're a little different, but they're mostly just the same. There is nothing the same when it comes to people who live in Seattle, New York, Florida, Arkansas, like Denver, San Diego. These are not similar cities. They're as different as Sweden to Romania. And saying it's all white people, it's all America, it's all homogenous, again, is a fundamentally misunderstood way to understand what are 350 million fucking people in a space that's massive. It's like you look at China and you go, oh, they're all Chinese. Yeah. Would it be racist to go, oh, they're all the same? Yeah, it would be. He lives in rural Australia in a house he built from instructions made by a productivity influencer. That's interesting. It's interesting, at least.
And other members of that group tend to want to help you. You know, a black person immigrates to a majority white country. They seek out other black people in their new area.
This is actually not necessarily true. And my buddy Mike, who I just mentioned, it's just not true. Again, it's a question of like what their culture means to them and how it works. And the culture of growing up, he was okay off, but he's a black guy in Jamaica. Like that thing is not the same. He has nothing in common with people who live in Compton. Aside from skin color. That's racist as shit to say that. Wales isn't even homogenous. Wales isn't even homogenous. Absolutely true. The North Welsh aren't human. I love you. Godspeed. That's fantastic.
Who will be much more likely than most to help them get on their feet.
That's just not true either. That's a very big misunderstanding in black culture. If you think an immigrant from Namibia shows up and goes down to Compton and they're going to help him get on his feet, I don't know how that works. I feel gross even having said that sentence. Like, I think you would have trouble if you grew up in, say, I don't know, Atlanta, and you moved to Compton. I think you'd have trouble fitting in. And then you move to Detroit, but they're all just black people. To quote a great poet, they not like us. They not like us. They are not like us.
Or a gay or trans person moves to a new city, so they look for the other queer people around their age who can help point them in the direction of LGBT-friendly accommodation and resources and so on.
This is true. This is a better example because that's a better example because it's not the same thing as just saying the color. You know, when a blonde person moves to an area, the first thing they do is go, hey, where do we get bleached around here? That's not how it works. That's better. A Jewish person, these are lifestyle, cultural things that are about how someone lives, not just determinate color things. Better example. You grew up in Detroit, Jack? You grew up in Detroit. My dad and I went to Grosse Pointe High. So, years and years ago, granted, I'm old as shit, and he is significantly older than shit. When I move to an area, the first thing I do is get in a cab and I go, hey, where the fuck are those 6'6" fucking clubs? Because that's
what culture means here. It's not always derived from religion, but a lot of the time it is, especially historically.
And I spent a lot of time in Detroit, as I've made clear to some people. Just saying. I've been out there a few times.
Think of 19...
Oh, then we're old as shit. That's about right. That's old as shit. Old as shit is 45. That's old shit.
Early 20th century Catholic and Jewish emigres to the US. They seek out the Catholic or Jewish quarter of their new city, find their community.
Michiganders, sorry, your fucking congresswoman. She's a fucking congresswoman, senator. I don't care. She cracks me the fuck up. She's like the word Michiganders. That's what I care about. I'm going to get up some stick-to-itiveness. Shucks. She's my favorite. She's terrible and she's a Zionist, but she's my favorite.
Be that way. White people, white Gentiles, white men especially.
If you say goy, I'm going to get upset, buddy.
Seemingly really hate helping one another.
That's just not true. I don't know why you think this. It's because you've chosen a thing that is not actually a linking mechanism within culture. There is no such thing as white culture. There is white domination and white power structures. But let me teach you about being a white guy. There is no white culture. I don't nod at another white guy and go, "What's up, whitey?" Yeah, what's up, whitey? That doesn't happen. White people don't recognize each other on the street and go, "Oh, God, white people." That's not a thing. The closest you get to that, just as a lived example of a thing, is if you are traveling in Africa or in the Middle East or in parts of China and another American who's a white guy shows up, you do have a moment of going, "Dude, I'd like to be able to talk for 2 seconds with someone." And then you realize after about 2 seconds that literally you hate this person and you don't want to be around them. That's the closest you get because you've chosen a bond that isn't a bond. Like, when I was living in San Francisco, I'd be out of the bar or somewhere and I'd hear that someone who, specifically because I worked in game development, and we had people in town all the time for game stuff or whatever. They were in town for job interviews. I'd hear it and I'd offer them a place to sleep because it's expensive there. Like, white people don't care about white people because white doesn't exist except for racists, but that's a power structure thing. I'm not white power structure. I just am a white, fucking lame ass white dude who's got a bunch of shit that I'm interested in. It doesn't mean I'm not kind to people. It doesn't mean people aren't kind to me. It's a very, very dark view of the world you've got here, my friend. And it's just not true.
I guess part of the downside of being the least minoritized group.
If you define us as white people, yes. But that's you doing that from a minoritarian position. It's awful.
That's what it gets you. You don't have the experience of direct institutional discrimination.
You're talking to the wrong guy, buddy.
That might incline someone towards.
Yeah, August, you've got a place to, August knows he's got a place to stay whenever he visits up here. QC, I've had multiple people from the QC stop by as they're driving. I have shared interests with people and I take care of them. It's not because they're white. In fact, most of them are not white, but I'm not a cruel asshole. Like, it's so terrible, man. and again, I'm just going to say, and a handful of you know my history, to say I do not understand persecution of the highest order, being otherized, you fundamentally don't understand who I am as a person. And that's sad that you did that little and that you made that big of assumptions for me.
Community solidarity. Plus, of course, this is part of the alienation of social bonds via capitalism. Capitalism incentivizes individualistic competition, and it has perhaps...
It incentivizes in-group thinking and identitarian mentality as well. That's the reactionary side of capitalism that creates subjugated groups that are subjugated to the group identity. So...
deracinated the dominant demographic, English-speaking, Anglo-American, culturally Christian, liberal, free market-believing men, the most. That's the toll they've unwittingly paid to being so thoroughly on top in many material respects for centuries now.
God damn, dude. Come on, dude. Like, if you want to talk about persecution, we can have, let's have a conversation about persecution. I will talk to you about how it feels. I will, if you demand it, explain all the ways that I've experienced it. It seems like a really weird carding before I go into a bar that I have to be this persecuted to ride. I fucking hate this mentality so much. Man.
And now that capitalism is squeezing even harder and harder under the steady decline of profit and the pursuit of more, they're starting to feel the pinch without even a cultural community to try and catch them when they fall.
Okay. This is a moralistic take on the economy. This is not Marxism. This is not materialism. This is idealism smuggled in the worst kind of way. Identitarianism always is. It's reactionary by nature. Again, I find this very tiring. If we were to do the Marx thing, which he hinted at by talking about how capital dissolves social bonds, that's great. It does. It dissolves social reproduction wherever labor power has the ability to be cheapened. Yep. And it reaches the dominant demographic last, actually. It reaches the dominant demographic last, not as a special tax, but it's because our communal institutions, the dominant demographic communal institutions, are the last to lose economic functioning. Minoritarian positions are the first because your institutions lose all economic function almost instantly. That's what colonialism is. That's how it works. If you have a just world at the center of it, which I'm at this point have to assume Card is presuming that there is a just world structure somewhere in whatever the fuck we're talking about, then oh yes, the karmic idea is that we at the top, which apparently I'm at the top, we pay the highest price, and it's a spiritual hidden price, one that is built in resentment and consolation for the lack of power, potentius that someone has. And lo and behold, I mentioned this in my fucking essay. Converting structural facts into moral narratives makes the world legible. That legibility is what is used to give us grounding. This is literally performance of the critique I make, and I don't think he's doing it as an Andy Kaufman style commentary on things. I do that often. I've played with that. I enjoy doing that, and I always give people the benefit of the doubt. This is not that. That's not what this is, and this is very sad.
On some level, I do pity the goy white man.
I just told you not to say goy, dude. Using in-group slurs to denote whitey is basically showing your ass to the world, man. Good for you. You pity the goy white man. Don't.
Really do. Even just 100 years ago, they would have had a supportive local community. They would have had a religious community that provided a job and a romantic partner and some spiritual fulfillment.
No, they wouldn't have. You need to understand better about white history, I think, if that's what you're going to say.
That would have essentially been their birthright, for lack of a...
My dude, it's just not true. You have a fantastically Lord of the Rings understanding of history. This is
a better word. I know it's more than a bit problematic to say it's good men would be owed these things, but you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
But
I really don't, because like fundamentally there's no way the sentence good men would be owed these things is anything but a indictment of what you see as good. The men who would be given those things or seen at the time as being owed those things are people of means. I can tell you, my mom's dad, who lost his father before he was a year old because his dad's head got cut off in a mining accident with a mining elevator. So he grew up with no dad. Stepfather, whatever you want to call him, was not great to him. He lived a life that he didn't talk about very often for very good reason. And it was only after he left West Virginia that he was able to do anything of note or meaning with his life. And sure, being white helped with that. Being a GI helped with all of that. Absolutely. But the idea that like a religious community, which he did not have, would give him this thing is insane. He met my grandma the way a lot of great men meet their wives. When the sailors at the docks decided to say hi to some beautiful women, and they fell in love, and that's a beautiful story. That's not being handed a wife or a woman, and he was a good man. As far as I'm concerned, he was a very good man. So this is disgusting. And yeah, Mr. Gogi's right. My piece is not about, and says nowhere that religion doesn't have community in it. Religion's a form of capture. At no point has he revealed or logically laid out in any way how religion provides this community in a way that other cultural identification methods don't. In fact, you're actually proving that religion isn't it the more you dig into white religions that you seem to be mocking and claiming don't have this. Because if the biggest religions don't have this, the most dominant in the West don't have this, well then, what use is religion? It would mean that fundamentally at some point it's going to fall apart and that really it's the minoritarian status. Aren't you glad you're persecuted? You have community because you're persecuted. You should be grateful to the white man for persecuting you, I guess.
As it stands, nowadays, before you were even born, those goy white men have had their social contract just hollowed out by capitalism.
What the fuck, dude?
Condolences. But back from that aside, notice how a lot of self-identified atheists and general atheistic types seem to think the religious person's participation in their respective religion is contingent necessarily on their believing in the fairy tales attached.
I literally didn't call them fairy tales. I outlined how I am not an atheist. Dude, seriously, he's not even responding to me. He just is like beyond reactionary and he can't help it. Yeah, Voxy, there's so much resentment and reactionary BS coming from card posting. It's like when he says this thing, it's a little wink to the people of the same investments as him. Abso-fucking-lutely. This is so gross. This is so gross. What the fuck is happening, guys?
That's not been the case, really ever. It's not the case now, and honestly not historically either. But no one believes that it is the case more than the committed non-religious person.
I'm not non-religious.
And given that they think it,
What the fuck?
you always hear them talk about the notion of them ever having some sort of religious community, and therefore that sort of community culture religion can bring, as if it's something they definitely can never have, because they've completely foreclosed themselves from the idea of believing in some theological higher power or whatever.
Who are you even
Because
talking
they
about?
think that's all religion is. When they describe religion like this, it's
I didn't.
as if community that religion can bring is not merely
You're conflating me with like a lot of angry people you don't like. I didn't say any of these things in my video. I went out of my way to actually talk about, I had atheists commenting on my video that I was doing the work of like, that I was destroying, like, oh my God, fuck.
something they've rejected seeking for themselves, but as if it's something they could never even have possibly had in the first place.
I can't because I don't believe in grounding. I don't believe in a foundation. And my existence is one that has enabled that, and it's unique and it's odd. I've lived a very strange life. Blessed and cursed in a lot of different ways. I'm mostly doing okay these days, luckily. The idea that it's out of resentment, I don't envy people who are religious. I don't believe in grounding. That doesn't mean I don't believe in God. I have a different relationship with all of these things than the words even make sense to you. It's gross. This is gross shit, man.
Even though surely, of course, at least at one point in their lifetimes, most
Yes, I will just echo what Jordy's saying here. This is bigoted and fascist by definition in every single way, in multiple veins of theory I could name that outline this directly. And not just the weirdo Frenchies like Deleuze or Guattari. This is Nietzsche would fucking shit on this. Ezra Pound would shit on this. Like, come the fuck on.
atheistic persons could theoretically have found a religion. That path would have been eminently open to them. And I think that they're foreclosing themselves from community in this way is, genuinely unfortunate in some respects. I feel a little bit sad for them in a way. Not because I think everyone must or should necessarily have a religious affiliation, or feel compelled to find one for that matter. But because I do think everyone should have the right or the ability to find a religion.
See, this is smuggling in my fourth defect. The one that actually matters the most as I talk about it. He's offering the atheist, the person who's communally stranded, a back door into existing capture. It's so sad you don't walk through it. But that's not the point. The whole ending of my fucking, Jesus Christ, watch the fucking essay critically. That's asking too much. I need to shut the fuck up. The point is that our job, and I would say this to you too, Card. And I would say this to anyone who's watching this, anyone within earshot. Our job is to build structure revising structures, to do the productive work that these things do without the capture. That we need to refuse to let what works crystallize. The things of religion that function, that do these things for people, we can work with them. There's no person to pity for me. I don't see it as that. The idea of rejoining the thing, which I clearly state multiple reasons why it doesn't work. One, for me, but two, why it doesn't fundamentally work at multiple levels. That's the point. So the disagreement here, and so far he's not said it. I'm obviously going to let him finish, but so far he's not said it. Is that I made a proposal and he doesn't care. He's within the space of capture. He's in the space of capture. Jahan says, put it simply, we need to continue to evolve and not stagnate in a state of punctuated equilibrium. Yep. And that's true of religious people too, by the way. It's true of everyone. But the biggest thing is we need to not consider the foundation that we can rest on, because that's not how it's set up. This is terrible. This is terrible. This is a terrible reply. And I don't blame Godspeed. I love Godspeed. Godspeed posted this, and I had a lot of hopes. But this is calling me goy twice. This is a fucking thing. And yeah, I'm just going to, again, just quote Jordy. This is why there is no fucking left. This is why I made my video today. It's not me leaving the left. Fucking weirdos. There is no such thing. Because of shit like this. This is identitarian reactionary bullshit that's fascising as an entire piece. And referring to me as goy multiple times and presuming my entire life is basically the most bigoted, shitty thing you can do to another person. Thank you for minimizing me as my appearance and not looking into me even. If I was just a normal person, I would think that would be shitty to do. I'm not a normal person. You can go to other channels. Aiko has a 6.5 hour thing where I talk about some great moments in my life and some really horrifying moments. I wrote a book about my friends who were murdered and how the, police, spent months trying to get me to be murdered. That's a real thing. That really happened over the course of multiple years of my life. What an asshole.
Just affiliation, if they so want it, if they so choose. But
you never had the police of the American world trying to kill you for multiple years and trying to get other people to kill you who were actively planning it. Eat shit, dude.
Denying themselves that right or that ability by way of maybe just not understanding why those of us who are religious are so.
You're just fucking nervous and defensive.
Why we do it, and why we keep community, and what we're really getting out of it, materially and communally. How and why religious community has very often kept us safe for sometimes thousands of years at this point. I'm not usually one to quote theory just to prove how well read I am.
You are, because you're doing it. You are performative, and you are signposting or card posting every moment you can to let everyone know where exactly you sit. That's what you're doing.
But consider the following. You might say, all us Jews are like a fiddler on the roof.
I sang Tevia's parts, you fucking dickhead. This pisses me off. Do you not know what I look like? I've had rabbis tell me that I look more Jewish than they do. I've had conversations with rabbis. I can sing Tevia's parts. I can do it. I love it. I love Fiddler. Fiddler's a fucking great musical. Great musical. Done in the round. Handful of places. Done in the community theater. It's a real thing. This is fucking gross. This is gross that you're signaling theory, pulling Fiddler. I don't even know, like, are you just going to confess that the entire video is like, Fiddler on a Roof is a musical, and I say this, if I were a rich man, I'll deal. It's brilliant. It's fucking great. And the movie, I don't give a shit. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. The movie's perfect. But like, it's about the capture of religion and the fickleness of community. Do you not know the time, place it takes? Do you not know how that works? Do you not know the story of it? Identity and expectation, tradition, that's not a claim in that way. Fiddler is a tragedy of tradition that is about breaking on the pressures that you've allied here the entire time. All the ones I mentioned as well. His daughter's marriages. Jesus Christ. You're fucking like... Daddle deedle daddle deedle daddle deedle daddle dum. Oh, it's so good. It's addictive music. It's just addictive music. God damn, what a good fucking... And you feel for it because Tevye, he is conservative, but he cares about his children, and he ends in a position of letting them break tradition. He ends in a place of destroying the practice and moving forward. He is enacting what I'm talking about, not what you're talking about. The whole point is that he and his wife accept the kids and the times, and they're changing. I don't even know what to say. Like, this is fucking crazy. I
simply trying to scratch out a pleasant little tune without breaking our necks in the process. That isn't easy, of course. So, you may ask, why bother? Why stay up there fiddling on the roof if it's so dangerous? Perhaps there's no easy answer. Maybe because it's just what we know.
If you think Fiddler is something that only Jewish people can understand, and we goys don't have the ability to understand the complexities of everything Tevye goes through, fuck off, my dude. It's astonishing to end this way. A community built around what God expects is dissolved by a pogrom. The fiddler lives and Atevka doesn't. I'm not even sure. Like, when you open, and this is what he's quoting, this is insane. This is fucking crazy. My brain is having trouble with, like, the sheer fucking stupidity of this. He's quoting the opening of Fiddler on the Roof. If you haven't seen it, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. And it's actually said, I'm just going to guess he's just...
We managed to keep...
Yep, that's just...
up there.
Yep.
And because of this tradition...
Yep, you don't perform it as well as I do, and I'm going to goy. So deal with that. There we go. We're going to go to Fiddler on the Roof opening. And we're just going to watch the beginning of it because I don't give a fuck, because the opening's great. The fucking actor nails it. His fucking voice and how he does it. And the opening is the big deal because the whole point of the fucking thing is that the opening agrees with him. He's right here. But there's 2 hours of a fucking story afterwards that fundamentally undermines everything he is saying. And if you don't think it does, Card, may I recommend I don't know. This is bad, dude. This is not fun, man. This is not fun, Card. Don't respond to my shit anymore. I'm not going to be responding to you again. I found this to be very just depressing and sad, and I expect more out of people who exist as you do. So you got to do this. Do you see how the delivery of the lines? Yeah, in our little village, you got to really hit that big, deep notes. You got to really hit that if you're going to be doing it.
Anatevka, you might say every...
This is this little city. It's always been here. Blah, blah, blah. We've been here. Tradition, everything. Destroyed by the end of the film. And not just destroyed in the pogrom sense. His children have left. He's alone. And the world's changing. And it's sad. It's sad. But they move on. Because that's the difference. If you ever get a chance, community theaters do with Fiddler all the time. Worth seeing. I don't care who the fuck it is. Generally speaking, you always have decent people at least doing it. Fiddler's great. What a fucking good musical. But again, this is not the end of the movie. This goes away. All of it goes away. The entire musical is about how tradition doesn't exist and that these things constantly, it's fundamentally what I'm just going to ask you not to respond to my shit anymore. It's not going to be good, and I don't really care about interacting anymore. So that's a shame. That's just a depressing, awful shame. That's a depressing, awful shame. I'm going to get copyright struck. I don't care. I'll let it not be monetized. I don't give a fuck. The 20 cents I'd make otherwise. Oh no, that'll go to fucking Joe Blow clips or whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit. Okay. I just, it's, I expected more. I just did. It started out really nice. It started out nice. I've added a couple videos here, and we're going to get to it at some point. We're never touching card posting again. That's a third rail. No more card posting recommendations. That joins the prestigious list of people who I just don't react to anymore. Good job. It means I don't find it productive. That's great. We'll get to the other person who's been reaching out and commenting and being quite lovely and has said, I want my AI videos. Peter Coffin. I just got back. Was it really that bad? He called me Goy. Call me a Goy White. I'm not joking. Jakar, I will be honest, I'm disappointed in Card. He used to be better. I feel like I expected more for reasons I can't point to. But that was like the worst. That was the worst kind of like identity politics, bigotry shit I've seen in a while. Just wild. So we got a couple of Peter Coffin videos. We may jump around a little bit in them. Oh, I got janged. Who janged me?
Meditation is what you're supposed to do, but a lot of people are like, you know what? This is a long time, like decades and decades of isolation, of just meditation, of trying to figure out how to connect the universe. Okay, that's decades and decades, possibly 100 years. There must be an easier way, and there are. Okay, they're not great, but there are, and we figured it out. Okay, so the first hack that you can use is psychedelics. Right, so these drugs, and they could be magic mushrooms, they could be ayahuasca, peyote, whatever, okay? but they alter your consciousness in a way that disrupts your left hemisphere and allows you to focus on your right hemisphere, which allows you to see the nomana, okay? When you see the nomana, you're like, oh my God, it's just energy, okay? It's just colors, colors, colors.
That's not.
So if you go online and you see artwork from people who've used psychedelics, you will see that it's very colorful, okay? And it's very strong. It's all vibrational.
That's someone who's never done drugs talking about
Another hack
I love it.
that you can use is
I love that. I love that so much.
self-denial. Okay, so it's possible you can starve yourself fasting, okay? It's possible that you go out naked in the cold, okay? But when you collapse your body and you're approaching death, your consciousness shifts into the spiritual, okay? So what's important to understand is death is not the end, death is release. Because this world that we live in, our bodies are the prison, okay? So don't fear death, it's just part of the natural cycle. Okay, and the third.
This is not true.
None
of this is true.
NDEs, near-death experiences. So these are people who don't want to die, but they might be in a car accident or they could have drowned. Okay, and they
tie themselves up in the closet and jerk off.
And they all come back and say the same thing.
David
when they
Carradine.
die, they escape into the spiritual realm and they meet God.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Okay, and these are people who don't know each other, but they say the same thing about the near-death experience, which is the world that they go into. It is Plato's world. It's like escaping the cave and going to the world. I've never heard
anyone say that.
It is a world of compassion, of love, of forgiveness.
No one's ever said it's Plato's world
with the divine. Okay?
Huh? Oh shit. Oh shit. Plato's world. I've never heard anyone. That's amazing. He's a Platonist. I said, goddamn, that's crazy. That's crazy, August. There is something magical. It's like in high school, after like, okay, I'll just be in the 90s gross, whatever. But like, if you didn't lose your virginity, there were people who didn't lose it, and they would like try to talk about like, oh yeah, I love grabbing boobs because they feel like sand. Like they don't know the things, so they're trying to over adjust. That is not what doing psychedelics does. Now, granted, maybe peyote ain't not my thing, but I don't believe that's how any of them work. And that is amazing. So there's an American Dad moment where Stan reveals he's never actually killed anyone. And someone says, how about your first time, Stan? And he goes, I killed a guy. Yeah? What did you eat afterwards? I don't know. Hey, do you hate how after the first time you kill a guy, your hands smell like fish? He's just making shit up. That's not how it works. That's not the experience of it in any way I'd ever describe it. That's amazing. That's an amazing self-report. It's like I made the joke, all the people who were like super mad about Plattner's tattoo are people who just don't have tattoos. I haven't met a person who has a tattoo who like, oh yeah, no, they like, again, the critique of things from people outside of the experience. It's a fascinating thing to watch. That was an amazing one. Then the people who have near-death experiences say it's like it's Plato's world. I fucking love that. Not Play-Doh, Plato, Platonic ideal. It's amazing. That's like magic. It's magic. I love that. Before we get to Peter Coffin, I want to bust through a handful of, weird, random videos. And for those of you who don't know, the setup is simple. Let's find out where we're at. Boop, boop, we'll move you over here. We'll shrink the YouTube a bit. That was someone who has donated, and I thank you very much, by the way. I should read it at some point. That was just too good of a thing. Mark, thank you. I like the term crystallization you used for what must be prevented. I always thought of it as death. I crystallizing, it's a Ice 9, Vonnegut. I really prefer to think of it as that because Vonnegut, Ice 9, if you don't know, it's a chemical when dropped into water, immediately crystallizes it. And lo and behold, someone dropped it in the ocean, it turns all the fucking water on Earth into crystals. And it hardens. It means death, but it means it in a different way. It's not just zero everything. It's structured. Cat's Cradle, thank you. It's structured. And that structuration is the same as death because it's basically the lack of intensity, heat death, more or less. It's good stuff. A few of these I do not want to watch, so we're going to go back up and I want to see what this person says about literacy. Handful of you, if you can always tip, give money. More money does random things. You can force me to watch a lot of different stuff. It is fairly random. That's kind of the idea and the joke for the whole thing. But there's also theory stuff that can happen. Lots of possibilities. And it means I don't have control, you do, but you have to give me money because I'm a whore. That's the way it works.
Recently, the New York Times reported a problem.
If you didn't know, I have a interest in literacy. I happen to be able to do a lot of work in literacy and numeracy with New Jersey Institute of Technology, with a startup I was trying to get done, and I got to work with some very, very smart people and professors and researchers who do this. I got to learn a lot about like how literacy actually functions. Made a big video on it at length called "You Don't Understand Literacy," because you probably don't. I highly recommend it. This is a 30-minute video. We're going to see how long it takes for him to get to the answer of why adults read. And the answer is actually very simple. It's because we do not teach people properly how to decode. Instead, we do what's called a find and replace method. There is no other answer. That's it. There's no other answer. And I'm happy to have this discussion with anyone who disagrees. You're wrong. So we'll see if he's wrong.
High schools no longer require their students to be able to read before graduating. So colleges have to teach.
I don't feel like that's true.
Recently, the New York Times reported a problem. High schools no longer require their students to be able to read.
See, that's not actually the truth. This is already bad. Why does he sound like that? Because he's a tool. And I mean that in all the forms. He's a tool. This is the machine. It is not that high schools no longer require reading. They still have the test. They still do the thing. Students still get passed. They still have the requirements. This is an asinine statement. There's no high school in America that doesn't have these requirements. This is a misunderstanding of what requirements are and how they work. He's a tool. And again,
before graduating.
This has nothing to do with what he claims. It's a lie. He lied. It's a good lie.
So colleges have to teach their incoming freshmen basic literacy.
New reports show students are so unprepared for college that classes are starting to look more like a kindergarten.
What am I looking at? Are you really sourcing from the National News Desk, America's News Now, local storytelling from the nation's capital? Oh, Christ. They put up videos every 6 minutes. What the fuck is this channel?
Professors are literally reading to students.
She's not AI. Luckily, AI will replace her, and we will end up getting better content from it.
It's allowed in class. In fact, according to Fortune, even some
According to 4chan,
of the most so-called elite universities, professors there say they've changed their.
it's a Sinclair product. Of course, it's a Sinclair product. It seems semi-neutral. That's the part that I'm amazed by. But it's 100% like not neutral, for sure. It's trash. But his source being utter trash is amazing to me. Oh, it's really a Sinclair product. They include content from Sinclair stations. Holy shit, this is fascinating. I haven't gone down this rabbit hole. Did you guys know about this rabbit hole? I didn't know about this rabbit hole. Let's take a moment on a hold rabbit. I don't care if it's AI, we're going to enjoy this video again. I just like seeing that. I don't care. So, National News Desk, America's News Now, fact check team. But what they do is they basically are an aggregator of all the Sinclair stations. Sinclair, okay. Once upon a time, we had television stations in every city in America because you had to broadcast with a big antenna, and only people in a certain range of the antenna, depending on the size, could get it. A handful of channels existed because you had very high frequency, which was a lot stronger of a signal. These tended to be bands that people wanted to purchase because they were very powerful. In Denver, for example, we had channel 2, we had channel 4, we had channel 6, we had channel 7, 9, and that was it. That's our very high band. Ultra high bands were channels, I want to say 12 and up. So each of those stations tended to be locally owned for a very long time. Like some dude stood it up. There were even channel 6, channel 12 were both local, wholly local public broadcasting. At some point, they destroyed the ability for us to have local news because they allowed people to own multiple stations in the same city and even across different cities. Sinclair owns almost all of them. Almost all of them. And I mean that. Like, most stations are Sinclair. And Sinclair is owned by a billionaire who's a super big fan of Trump and friends with him and gets a lot of very favorable stuff from our government now. He's a huge piece of shit. This aggregates all of that. So this guy's using hyper-conservative right-wing propaganda, and it's insane.
Curriculum and teaching styles.
New testing data shows high school seniors' reading skills are the worst in more than 30 years. And
yeah,
a good chance longer than that, because these tests have become easier over time. The National Assessment of Educational Progress asserted
Does he not know how a microphone works? I feel like if Jordy saw this, Jordy would have an aneurysm. Jordy, are you watching or did this kill you? Because, like, we're getting the room echo, which is amazing, given that he has a pop filter. There you go. There we go. All right, Jordy's going to die. Jordy wasn't looking. Jordy was like probably walking around, like listening, like, oh, it's terrible audio. Then he opens it. Enjoy. What do you think the screen does? There we go.
Third of 12th graders did not have basic.
The audio's terrible. And I know the mic. That's it's an old Yeti. And they're perfectly fine mics if you know how to use them. They're not good, but like the mic is unplugged. I would think the mic's unplugged too.
Reading skills. It's not that a third of them were below grade level. A third of them couldn't read like at all. Half of high school seniors can't even use percentages, and it's starting to have real-world consequences. Professors have stopped assigning books because their students won't read them. Doctors are reporting their patients can't read their prescriptions, so they're not taking them and they're dying sooner. Construction and manufacturing managers aren't able to read their workplace manuals, so there are more on-the-job accidents. And most visibly, scams are becoming much more frequent because AI is writing all these messages like, oh my gosh, you owe the bank $20,000, send it ASAP. And if you can't read enough to distinguish what is AI text or just what...
That's an insane statement, dude. The Shure SM7B sounds delicious. And all of you get to enjoy some time as we watch and listen to my dulcet bass tones. And then I hit play on...
It looks like an obvious scam. You're going to be sending $5,000 to, like, Bill.
He's peaking. It's amazing. It's amazing he's peaking. And it's awful sounding.
Bill the Scammer. You know, that'd probably be a big giveaway if his name is Bill the Scammer. Hello?
Don't do the joke, dude. That's not... AI is going to replace people like this, and I welcome our AI overlords. More and more. I'm good with it.
My name is Bill the Scammer. You walk up to someone on the street and they can't read basic English, but they think they can.
Read the index card.
Okay. I'm sorry, Jordy. That was not me. He's not peeking on my end. That was that bass was something. We're going to listen to that again.
Bill the Scammer. Hello? My name is Bill the Scammer.
I want to know what his EQ is set at.
You walk up to someone on the street and they can't read basic English, but they think they can.
One sec.
Be a big giveaway if his name is Bill the Scammer. Hello? My name is Bill the Scammer. You walk up to someone on the street and they can't read basic English.
They can't read a basic English? What is a basic English? Can you not speak a basic English?
But they think they can.
Read the index card.
You think I can't read? She wear a stiletto. Oh, okay. Restart. But somewhat got
her image. What, nigga? I don't know that read though.
Sound it out.
Meta.
This isn't even hitting red on OBS for me.
Solution. Meta solution. Conscripted to sustain while screen administration.
Read the index card.
the Diety had a promotion of the independent.
Ha 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 ha. Let's make fun of people who we failed systematically.
Catastrophic event.
Read the index card.
Their relationship, the term.
When this guy finally found some people who could read.
Read the index card.
His notoriety stemmed from a series of controversial public declarations.
The veterinary identified an unusually aggressive parasitic infestation.
The athlete's perseverance exemplified
but not much. But everyone was commenting, surprise, surprise, none of those guys were Gen Alpha.
Yeah, he added Jim to pee. Yeah, I know. This is awful. I think Jordy died. I'm sorry, Jordy. I actually killed him.
Because there's a huge debate going online about whether typos and not being able to spell are a big deal or not. Here's one side of the debate.
I hate when people can't read past typos, acting like you're so confused for what? Just use your context clues.
Context clues.
And move on. Like, wow, I accidentally misspelled a word. But no, here comes the grammar police. Did you mean your with an apostrophe? No, I meant get out of my face. This is not a spelling bee, okay? It's a text from a phone with my thumb.
Brooks would never make typos. August knows exactly why that's a funny line. I type hilariously fast, and I don't care about typos. So if you're ever in the DGQC and you're like, Brooks types like he's illiterate, yes, I do.
While I was walking, half asleep, in traffic, and they always hit you with the fake concern, too. Wait, I'm confused. No, you're not. You just want to feel important for 5 seconds.
Did that guy just admit to texting while walking in the middle of an intersection?
Yes, people do that in cities and things. You missed card posting, TJ. Sorry. And it was worse than any of us thought. Adam Conover, he's not. Adam Conover at Temu, he's not. Adam Conover's like AI imitation, he's not. I welcome our AI overlords.
Bro's gonna be dead soon. We should cherish his last video.
And here's the other. This girl is more correct than she imagines. People aren't able to speak rhetorically or use sarcasm or irony because people don't understand what they're saying anymore.
I believe the internet isn't fun anymore because people are illiterate and stupid now. Like, people can't pick up clear, obvious, sarcastic jokes on social media. People will watch a TV show or read a book and not...
I also think people don't know how to write sarcasm or write jokes. So this is stupid.
And someone inevitably comments, actually, I know one Gen Alpha who can read, therefore...
Stupid. Just like if I was to say, if you're 30 years old and can't tie your shoes, you should feel ashamed. Tara, my cousin was born with only 3 fingers on his hand and he can't tie his shoes. Are you saying he should feel stupid? No, I'm not talking about your cousin. But if you're an able-bodied person with 2 hands and you're 28...
Are you getting to why?
You're 16.
Y'all can be like, hey...
Sorry.
Just laughing at people?
He's still attacking.
The critics.
The cork-interior boarhead, scrimson, delicate.
On and only feeling one part of the animal. You think it's a goat because you feel its stomach, but someone else feels its hooves and thinks it's a horse. Reading allows you to synthesize all these perspectives so you can actually realize.
No, this is someone who doesn't understand what literacy is. This is a stupid person pretending that they're smart because they know how to read, but they don't actually understand what reading is because they haven't done any work on it. It's really amazing when this happens. It's wonderful because you actually get to understand the problem with critical thinking. Because critical thinking is where people talk about a thing being bad. And a lot of very stupid people who feel arrogant enough to tell you how the world really works or what's truly happening, and they want to do it by making money and having parasocial relationships, do garbage like this.
That it's a narwhal. That would be awesome. Life contains sorrow and comedy and hierarchy and inequality. And when someone tells you it's only one of those things, you know on the eve of defeat. This dismissal of being a good and that they don't understand how hard he has it, but he's gonna tear them down. And it's so clear, he thinks he's the first person to experience unfair failure. But I really think if Joe Keller had immediately realized the terrible thing he'd done, he would have coped with it a lot better.
The old tramp. And you say he left you nothing but a suitcase of memories. And love.
And so maybe if my friend had read Cat on a Hot Tin Roof or even seen the movie adaptation, he might...
No, this person is fucking dumb as shit. Man, that's I'm going to try to find. We're going to get to the end. I want to.
The whitest part of the state.
I'm saying I'm not reading all that when it's 3 sentences long.
Culturally, it feels like I'm not reading all of that has just turned into people truly being unable to read.
Or it's people being sarcastic and you're too stupid to see it. This is too dumb. Is you taking too much Adderall? I mean, it's not the fun stuff, so probably. It's terrible. I feel like I don't want to do the next video sets. Hey, All right. Let's do some AI and Peter Coffin. And we're going to just pretend like there's hope here and that it's not card posting take 2. I don't think Peter will call me a goy, so it works out. Please don't call me goy. If he calls me goy, I'm going to be upset. Just so you know.
Everybody, it's been a while, and you might be saying to yourself, oh, Peter's resurfacing. That must be that they're done with a documentary or something. And that's true. That's exactly it. I am. It's called AI is Not Replacing Who You Think. It is going to be premiering at 11 a.m. on July 11th, so as not to compete with the holiday weekend. If you'd like to watch it now, it's available on Patreon.
We're going to take a look at it and jump around. Peter has said multiple times, and he's commented on my videos, that generally speaking, he agrees with me or that we have the same points. And I'd like to find out if that's true.
You have to be a paid member, of course. We don't live in communism yet. Other bit of news, yes, I did dye my hair. No, I'm clearly not trying to cover up the fact that it is gray, as so much of it remains gray. I realized I have gray hair that's light, and that I can dye hair dark around it, and it would look cool. And I was right. It looks cool as shit. Documentary more important than the hair, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see.
Not bad. It's got a skunk thing going. You don't want that single white line between the men. It's like a Pepe Le Pew play. You want to at least add some color to one side of it, or get like a layer to it. But it's not bad. It's not bad. It's just, I just went through this. Everyone knows, everyone who's been watching me knows I had fucking a lot longer hair. There was a lot more colors a little bit ago. And the Pepe Le Pew thing, I debated, and it's really tough to not do. But it's a little Pepe Le Pew.
By the title, I told you AI is not replacing who you think. I'm clearly making a case that AI is not replacing workers, but rather will be replacing capitalists. And make no mistake, that's what.
I did not know that was the claim. I'm going to need a lot. We're going to have to watch that video now because I'm going to need a lot of work to set that up. But you know what? I will give credit that that's not the normal take I get. So I haven't heard it. I don't know what it means. I'm with you, but I haven't heard the take. So I don't have the ability to prefigure. So we'll see what happens. So midlife crisis? Yes, it's a midlife crisis. I'm old. I've had like 9 midlife crises because I thought I was going to be dead at 20. So every few years, some other thing where I'm like, oh, fuck. And this last one was because my daughter said that she thought I could have pink hair. And I was like, fuck yeah, I can have fucking pink hair. I don't give a shit. I don't have a fucking job. No one is going to hire me anyway.
But I believe wholeheartedly. But I got to acknowledge, I'm not clairvoyant. I do not know what things will look like 100 years from now. I do not claim to. I'm just saying that if you follow the logic, this is an endpoint that has to be reached at some point. Whether it is sooner or later, whether things get better or worse before then, I don't know, and I'm not claiming to know.
There's so many issues with the statement that it's going to replace capitalists. There is no such thing as a class of capitalist. Again, I'm not prefiguring his arguments. I'm just saying from my position the things I need to overcome to get there. Because capital is not a job description. Capital is the determiner of all production, including the production of fundamental meaning as a thing. It is a social and immanent relationship of ownership over that said means of production. I don't know what it means for a capitalist to be replaced, but we'll see.
There is a specific logic that I have mapped out and have followed, and I think that a lot of people will find it interesting and enjoyable. There is somebody I know who will absolutely not enjoy the documentary, and you might say to yourself, well, you're saying AI will replace the capitalists, so it's got to be the capitalists, right? Nope, it's the anti-capitalists, actually. If you've ever encountered the left, you know that despite...
I do enjoy that he says the left like that, which is a skeptical sarcasm. I appreciate that. I'll give him that.
For the last decade, being highly against intellectual property, they have clamped down as hard as they can in protecting the dynamic of intellectual property via the small artists. And they claim to have a lot of other reasons to not like AI, but I tend to find that if you talk to them long enough, they're like a small bean artist type, or they like commissioning those people to make really bad art of wolf men with like cocks that are huge or something.
That is a fair statement.
They have like those mesh tank tops on and stuff. I've written a lot of articles about AI and
I am horrified how absolutely that comment resonates with me and my experience online. Sorry, we goy whites, as Cardposting would call us.
Intellectual property. And even recently, I wrote about how AI allegations are kind of primarily an excuse to harass an out-group. And I was like, well, that's not leftists. Leftists don't do that kind of thing. No, it's leftists. It's been leftists. It's always leftists. I mean, it's also always right-wingers. Like, Direction Brain is essentially it's fandom, and all of this roots back to that in some way. It's fighting for your camp and attacking who you don't like. I call fandom a primary social ideology of contemporary American life. I don't know about you. Anyway, there's a video I was sent, and it serves to function as to tell people why I have to make documentaries about what I think about AI, which is that it will ultimately replace the class that coordinates the underclass's labor.
Stop using AI! Fucking stop it!
Opening comments, pretty strong, definite rationale. I know where she's coming from on this.
It is making you dumb. It is making you lose your cognitive thinking abilities.
So when you say something is making you look dumb and you watch something like that.
What do I mean by that? Care to share? Which one? The goy comment? If you weren't here for Cardposting referred to me as a goy straight white man multiple times in the video. So I'm still kind of dealing with the fact that I didn't expect to fucking have a bigot respond to my fucking video.
This back and you decide you should upload it. I wonder what you think dumb looks like. Something with leftists is that they just spend no time whatsoever around normal people.
The furry thing? I've gotten a lot of messages and comments by people because I'm not fully anti-AI. I don't think I'm pro-AI in the way that I think a lot of people have characterized me. It's what they do. The people who I've seen get extremely upset, and again, I'm more just the reference I get is joking, and I don't like, again, this is one of those things. It's not far from what Cardposting was doing. So to be very fair, like I should fucking chill a little bit on that. When you find a structural argument being made and then you choose audience characterization and making a joke, yes, you're tickling a reference to a particular person inside of a larger thing, but you're minimizing the structural problematic at large. The reference I land because there's a handful of people who have messaged me who that 100% applies to. It does not apply to all anti-AI art people by any stretch. Again, I'm oversimplifying that.
I don't know how they do it because I have to.
Again, the reference works, but it's audience characterization replacing what starts as a structural thing, which is annoying. And I'm not immune to it. It's a fair thing. I don't mean furry commissions. Again, it's not that. There's a weird, I don't know. Why did it land with me? There's a weird particular class of people filled with an excessive amount of resentment towards what is happening with AI. And it is not actual artists. I know actual artists who fucking hate it. I know actual artists who love it. I know a bunch of different varied people. But there's a particular kind of hyper anger that for some reason came to mind for me of people who like use not AI, but who like collect these weird commissions that do this thing, the people paying for it who are hyper angry, not the people doing it. It's a weird part of the consumption thing. I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, again, I'm not really a big fan of the thing, and I shouldn't have laughed as hard as I'm only myself.
Interface with that.
It's people who live on Twitter, more or less. It's, again, not artists, not anti-AI people. And characterizing them all is, again, it's the same thing Cardposting was doing. Oh, yes, it's time. If you have any money and you would like to take care, first off, like the stream. I noticed that there's not a lot of you who've liked the stream. There's 100 of you watching right now who haven't, at least, if not more. Give it a like. Give it a like. Tell your friends to watch. But of course, any amount of money, super chats. And of course, our lovely little tip window right here. streamelements.com/DGQC tip. If you want to support what I do, it always helps. And all of it goes towards continually fucking with whatever I'm watching, because it's really fun. I think it's nice for them to take a stance. It's good to take a stance. There's a vitriol that came to mind. Again, it is nice of them to take a stance. I'm oversimplifying and I probably shouldn't have. I'm tired. The card posting video, like, the problem with videos like what Card did is they are structured in a way that necessitates direct responses to the person for their moral failings, because he's placing moral failings on an essentialized version of me. I don't really have the ability to extend myself to being a systematic person. And so as I'm watching and as I'm responding, and there was a lot of responding to what were very bad, bigoted, racist, misunderstood arguments made by someone who I expected a lot more from, the responses get to the point, and it's why I moved on, where I am responding more to the person and where I'm getting more frustrated with the actual attacks on me. And I shouldn't be. But that's the structure of it. And now I'm there, so here I am. So it's just tough. You're curious how I know so much about furries? I worked on Avatar, James Cameron's Avatar, for 4 years. I got to know people who dressed up as fucking Na'vi and painted their entire body for the meetups. I know a lot of people. I am not a furry myself. It's not my jam. I don't dig it. Not really into the cosplaying thing or that's not my jam. I get it. And attractive people are attractive, but it's not my jam.
Outside world.
I genuinely don't know anything about you. Well, now you do. You know that I don't care for furries. Was all this about being globally persecuted and police try to kill you? Oh, well, it wasn't the police trying to kill me. The police were trying to get me killed. And it's a fun story. It's really, really sad. Oh, thank you. Avatar was Wakanda for furries. Not far. It's socially acceptable furries, is I used to make that joke, is what the Na'vi were. I was a student at Columbine High School. My two friends were the shooters, and two of the kids that were killed were my friends. The police realized that immediately afterwards, because I went to the news, the national news, and said, hey, I told the police that they were going to do this, that Eric and Dylan were going to shoot up the school. They were collecting guns. They were threatening to kill me. The police did nothing. The police said I was lying, that there was never any report, that it never happened. And they began telling the victims' families. And they did this over the course of weeks and months and ultimately year, where they said that I actually was part of it and that they just couldn't pin me. And if only someone could do something about it. And the families, who I got to know, luckily, very luckily in my life, Brian Rohrbaugh, and his son was killed. He got himself and one of the dead kids' family to meet me. And we walked around, we talked about what happened that day, and they believed me. And we ended up beginning to fight the police together. And I came to learn that multiple families were planning my murder. People were very, very angry I wasn't being arrested because the police said I was involved fully. That is the thing I lived with for years, living in that city. It followed me everywhere. And it wasn't alone there. It's a death threats have been normal. People trying to ruin my life in all sorts of ways, fabricating all kinds of shit, swatting me. I've been swatted multiple times. It's my world. I've just gotten used to it. I did write a book about it. It's called No Easy Answers. You can find it. You can find it on LibGen too. But the police did that. And then it 12 years later, something like that, it came out that, oh yeah, no, they had all of the reports. They knew all this. They had a secret meeting. There was audio recordings and everything. And the cop who did that, who named me on national TV as being part of it, that I was a smokescreen. And I owe the reporter, Dan Abrams, who is fairly well known now, actually. At the time was just like a reporter for the Today Show, finished that interview and called my family immediately and said, he said this, you need to respond. I'm coming over and we're doing an interview. And if it weren't for that, if it had been any other reporter that I didn't know, that report would have gone out without me being able to address it on national television, saying I was part of the Columbine shootings. So that is a thing I experienced. The guy who did that, the interview that did that, who named me on national TV and tried to have me killed and tried to ruin my life, tried to get me to kill myself. They were hoping I'd kill myself. That was one of the other things that came out. I was like, what the fuck? Drank himself to death. That makes me happy. That makes me happy. It's a cruel thing to say. Makes me happy. So that's why I say that, because it's true. And I could go into deeper stories that are crazier and weirder around all of that. But, you know, when someone says that I don't have an idea of what it's like to be persecuted, it kind of just toils me. And again, it makes it personal because it's a claim about me, essentializing me as a white man. And it's like, dude, I'm the wrong person you want to say that about. I'm just the wrong person.
On a daily basis, essentially. But they've found a way. I mean, I guess life does find a way generally.
And yes, Suresh, fuck those pigs. All cops are bad.
There it is. There it is.
But they think that this is somehow a convincing argument. They think that this screaming at like, do you remember all of the people telling you to vote for Biden with this exact same tone? Why is it always in somebody's fucking car? Why are they always in the car?
Kiddo, champ, chief.
I hope you were so happy to maybe never be able to fucking vote again because he's gonna take that fucking right away from you. But you fucking voted for him. You fucking did this shit.
You voted for Donald Trump in the election. You're actually fucking stupid. You're the dumbest fucking miserable fuck on the face of the planet.
A fascist is a fascist.
They just stop in like the co-op parking lot or something, and then they're like, this is where I must express this.
It is making you.
Because most people live in smaller homes, family homes, and they don't have freedom or personal space that they're able to do this in. So the car becomes a sanctuary. I would assume.
A sheep!
If there's one thing I don't call people, it is a sheep. I re-uploaded Our Lady of Perpetual Correctness on the Very Important Documentaries channel recently. And the argument that I make from there is that is insulting to people's intelligence. What they've figured out is a way around that, actually. You don't want followers. You want leaders that have limited choices. Through sort of a socializing, through individualism and...
Yeah. If you've never had to crash out and you've never been in a situation where you just need... Like, I grew up in Colorado. Going for a drive is very normal to, like, blow off steam and deal with that. You can't sit in your room with a roommate or with your family and scream about anything. They'll come running in. But in a car, you can do that. You can find a parking lot, do that thing. No one will approach you.
Again, making sure that the choices are limited for action.
No, you just ask like a smug asshole nonstop. Me? What am I doing? What am I doing? How am I a smug? Well, I mean, okay, fair. That's probably fair, I guess. I have my moments.
Reaction.
Oh, Coffin. Yeah, he's always rubbed me the wrong way. I picked up his book on VR and the virtual world and metaverse, and it's fine. It was okay. Like, it was better than I thought it would be, but there's an edge to it that, I don't know, has always rubbed me like the wrong way. And again, I appreciate anyone who's trying, but by him not, like, he says, I will not call people sheep, but he's talking about the left, and he's using it in the same way. The switching out language and doing the same sort of action doesn't change the moral condemnation. It's still that same kind of moralistic language. I'll give him room for it. I want to see what his argument is. So far, we're 6 minutes. We're a fourth of the way through. Not there.
Etc.
Coffin is better. Well, better in terms of what? I would rather have a beer with Peter Coffin than Caleb Maupin. But I would love to have Caleb Maupin doing a live stream about anything, because I think it would be like it's Jang level crap. And I think that's a thing.
You can have everybody be a leader, and for some reason they're all going in the same direction, or at least vaguely the same direction. Like, as far as I'm concerned, it's sort of a Rube Goldberg way for them to have people who ultimately support the system without insulting their intelligence and calling them sheep or demanding that they acquiesce to the commands of the ruling class. But I mean, calling people sheep is like a guaranteed way for them not to listen to you, which again, goes back to the last thing I said. These people spend no time interacting with the real world.
You are funneling money directly to the people that are oppressing us!
Yeah, no, he's right there. I mean, that's just tautologically true. But again, it's like claiming sheep at the same time without saying sheep. It's,
This person just...
You don't have to show them. I did a video about leftism, and a lot of people really thought I was calling them out. There is only one person that I make even indirect reference to. If you can guess it, I'll give you 5 points. But it's probably not anyone you think. And I certainly didn't include clips of people to point out that this one is one of the people because that's not it. It's a systemic critique. It's not personal. Can't be.
Has every bad argument against AI all condensed into one.
I did call out Pashy, but that was love. That wasn't like there was one person I was kind of shitting on indirectly. It wasn't Sunday. Jesus Christ.
This is the ethical consumption argument. Leftists love to say there's no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism. The fact is, they say it because they put consumption into a category of ethical or not ethical. Consumption is neither. It is a fact of life. There is no ethical, nor is there unethical consumption in capitalism. Consumption is.
This is actual Marxism. To be very specific, this is 100% accurate. Production and consumption are all at once. There is no such thing as optional as a thing. The point around it is to talk about the absence of choice of consumption as a thing that we are to explain, find contradictions within, and abolish. Marx, not a different thing for Deleuze, different thing overall, but like this is the right take. You laughed at the Pashy shout out. I assume Pashy fucking died laughing. So, yeah, Peter's not a dipshit. No. There's I don't know. I mean, maybe my opinion will change. Who knows? I just mostly know him. The first interaction we ever had, and it was the first and the 90th. Whenever we happened to be in the same chat, I always would say, "Holy shit, it's the guy who kicks himself in the nuts." And I'd act like a super fan, and I would do it for like 4 or 5 things, and then I'd leave the chat because it made me laugh.
If you're mad that people who are subscribed to AI services,
I know you did not think the video was about you, and your response is actually exactly. Some other people took where your position was like, "Oh, you're talking about me." Yeah, it's like, no, I'm not. People who condemned Plattner, good. Cool, do that. Like, fine, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't give a shit. Condemn him. Say he's bad. Say he sucks for these reasons. That's great. After the fact, scoring up and tallying and saying, well, people who did X are not real. Eat shit. Eat shit. That's the thing. Don't tally up shit. You can be like, well, see, I knew he was a fucking asshole. Let's keep moving. Don't tally things up and say you're clearly bad at this or wrong, or you're a bad leftist. That's the fake leftist thing. Fuck off with that, because there's no score that justifies any of that shit at all. It was not Rebecca Watson. No one's named it yet.
Funneling money to the capitalists. Boy, you gotta be mad at people who walk into Walmart and buy their fucking groceries, man. Right? Because let me tell you where that money goes. It's not to me. It goes to, as you call them, the people who are oppressing us.
You cannot claim to care about marginalized people or the environment, anything. You cannot claim to care about those things if you're using AI.
Now, the question isn't if I can claim.
I think she's AI.
People or the environment.
I think she's AI.
You call them the people who are oppressing us.
You cannot claim to care about marginalized people or the environment, anything. You cannot claim to care about those things if you're using AI.
Now, the question isn't if I can claim. The question is, if I do I care about those things? For all those who have difficulty detecting humor, I do. I care greatly about those things, the environment, market.
Sarcasm is a bad look in these things, Peter. I would just recommend against it. It doesn't work well. You're actually making salient points, and you should continue to just make salient points. You can drive these points home with specific examples. Humor as a thing is a divergence, is a particularity. It tends to tickle people in certain ways, but it doesn't attract.
Marginalized people, etc. But let me go ahead and just talk about conflict minerals for just a second. If you're watching this, if you have the ability to film anything, if you use anything with a chip in it, you have conflict minerals.
I don't know anyone who talks about conflict minerals as being centered to the problems with AI. I haven't seen it.
In your possession. All of those things are funneling money into the people that are oppressing us. All of them. Every single one. All of the buying of iPhones, all of the buying of laptops.
Well, it says you just made me realize I've stopped noticing or checking. You're not alone. I get tickled, and that's it. And that's all we ever get, is we get a tickle now, because it's that good. It's just that good. I could right now go to Claude Fable and say, write me a 6-minute rant about AI in this particular way, and then read it to you verbatim, and you'd never know. And it would be just great. We're in a place where it's not about any of that. Again, I've given this conversation. It's about what you do with these tools, or what is done with them, or what you do with what you see. That girl screaming, if you use it to do something constructive and you build off of it, great. If it's just AI and it's trash and it ruins everyone's day, that's bad. It's where we're at, and I don't know what we do. I don't think we do anything. I think we're just continuing.
All of the viewing of content via data. These leftists that are filming these tirades in their cars and parking lots or wherever, they're filming them with
their minerals.
The trick is you exist in the
I do that. It's fine.
world. You don't have a choice. Like, we don't get to choose how anything is made. And the thing we should do...
Zena, you don't have to worry about data centers that much. I know it's awful. If you have one coming to your area, fight it with your city council, but the tides turn significantly. New York has a moratorium on them statewide. That's not a minor thing. If New York's making that move, that's where you can go, okay, someone's putting their weight behind a thing, I can fight it. And I think you should. But most of the data centers are lies, for the most part, that are kind of being not funded, not put together, and won't survive long. I can go into why. Ed Zitron does it much better than me. and phenomenally, honestly, because again, capitalism isn't doing the thing we think. That's not what it is. How is this guy any different from Ben Shapiro? Fafo Faffin, didn't you say something quite mean to me? Mm-hmm. That was a funny line. Oh yes. Yeah, the claim about the firebomb Walmart meme. I actually addressed your comment earlier. Well, if you didn't think it was to be misinterpreted, did you not see the comment directly after it that I'm making a very obnoxious line of defense I'm running? That kind of thing. I did read it this way. That's how I read it as well, just so you know. So, just be aware. Just be aware. Some of the comments are very much straight up saying that I'm doing moralistic language, which I adore. I love. It's very strange. It's a very strange thing. But Fafo's comment stuck with me. Most people who discuss candidacy online were not main voters. Could have spent that time organizing for some transformative, amazing effort instead. I was doing organizing and I was doing political action, actually, last October, especially during the early days of Plattner's thing. So just saying, I was doing some stuff. Not as much as I could have been, but I'm a dad and work and everything. But, you know, I was running a little org with a friend of mine, Jordy Liebeck. Jordy, if you're still here, give a smile. We're doing really cool stuff and still doing cool stuff where we can. The same is true when you were commenting in defense of his candidacy to your stream cat. It's not, this is that specific thing. It's what I was talking with Awe, and it's such a fine line, and it's important to me to talk about this because it's a very specific line. I'm not saying that I was right or that we should have gone with him. That's not it. That's not the point. What I'm saying is retroactively creating a scorecard and then claiming I'm taking moral ground or someone else is taking moral ground, that is difficult. And that's where we start making the moves of, oh, this is what true leftism is. This is what fake leftism is, which is what the video is trying to address specifically. No, I was not super aggressive about Plattner. I was simple. I consider it the same position as voting for Kamala or voting for Hillary the first time around or Biden. I consider it the same thing. Electoral politics is shit. That's why I had the video about Plattner is what's left, which is, by the way, a really great title. That's a great title. That's a good pun. Come on. But that's the whole point is Plattner is what's left. He's the thing. And I, right now, care more about people who are being murdered by Trump and his assholes globally. I care about school girls in Iran who were fucking killed and blown up. I care about getting rid of all of that stuff and doing something about it. And there's a lot of shit I could go on and on and on and on and on and on about. All of that matters far more to me. And again, I think the horrifying place we're in, I think is best described. And I think the story people have missed is his last accuser, not the Republican bitch. I don't give a fuck about her. I really don't. I don't care. Sorry. She ran 2 years of smears on not believing women to protect Brett Kavanaugh. Once you do that, I'm not going to listen to you talk about a guy being slightly rough with you who's on the opposite side of the aisle. You've said specifically awful things. I don't care. But Rasico, her line that broke my fucking heart, and I think is where we're at politically, is she didn't share that she was raped because she wanted him elected. Do you understand how fucked this world is? That's where she was. She said this in an interview, that she didn't want to come out because she wanted the political realities of what he would bring. She thought he would do good things, and he's her rapist. And that was more important because that's how fucked our world is right now. It's not that you can't rape a Republican. It's if you spend 2 years saying don't believe women and that women are whores if they say they're raped, and you say awful shit for 2 years, I'm not going to listen to you the next time around. I'm just not going to listen to you. I can't do it. Rasico, that is one of the most heartbreaking, awful things. I can't even fucking fathom being in that position. I can't even fathom being in the position of like, do I take my accuser who did this horrifying thing, or is there a lesser of two evils? Fucking imagine that being the lesser of two evils. That's the world we're in. And that's the world I consider us to be in. I do. I think that's the world we're in. It's the most horrifying thing. And no one talks about this. This is like, you watch Jake Tapper like fucking salivating at, yeah, so he raped you. And then when you say raped, tell me exactly about it. Every sensation and nerve. Can you do that? I'm Jake Tapper, and I'm a fucking disgusting, perverted piece of shit. Fuck Jake Tapper. He's a bitch too, by the way. He's a bitch too for this. Rasico, horrifying how she was handled by the media in every single way. The real story is that she didn't want to tell people because she wanted the world to be better. And that's the American voter. She is, to me, the American voter. It's not as extreme. That's what we're doing. That's where we are. I voted for Kamala, who's fucking absolutely would have continued the genocide and probably done the same Iran shit for the most part. Voted for Biden, who did horrifying shit. I voted for Hillary, who would have fucking, brought nukes out, for God's sake. Because that's the lesser. And I just sit here thinking, this is the choices we sit with. I'm in a county where Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, one of the Democrats who voted for passing the SAVE Act in Congress. There's only 4 Democrats. I have one of them. I phone banked for her. I door knocked for her. And I'm going to do it again. Because the other guy is a hardline Trumper who scares the living piss out of me. What do I think about people who abstain from voting? That's your vote. It's not the choice I'd make, and I would beg them to make a different choice. But it's the same thing. Like, they would beg me not to vote. I don't make moral judgments on this. That's not, one, how you build good politics. 2, that's not how you build good camaraderie and systems going forward. And 3, it's not getting at the problem. Me being mad at them for not voting, that's not it. I'm mad at Kamala, and I'm mad at the Democratic Party for being shitty at their job over and over and over and losing to a septuagenarian who shits his pants and can barely talk, who's openly scamming the world. And no one underneath them seems to care because they have their own little weird things that they're excited about here and there. It's horrifying. Leftists that don't vote are privileged people who don't feel the consequences of their inaction. Got a bunch of Muslim friends in Dearborn who would disagree with feeling that. They feel it very much right now. But they couldn't bring themselves to voting affirmatively for someone who would kill their brothers and sisters. It is That's the horror. And I think Rasico is like a mascot almost in that sense. Because again, I don't even give a fuck about any of the Plattner stuff. I sympathize with Rasico in every single way. I think, generally speaking, he would do better than Susan Collins, even after all this. And I would rather have those votes taken, and I would rather have those things changed. If it's a firebrand and he has a stroke and it turns out he's a fucking dumb ogre like our friend from Pennsylvania, so fucking be it. Like, that is, but give me something besides Susan Collins' hand-wringing that ends up destroying Roe v. Wade, that ends up destroying the Voting Rights Act, that ends up destroying major parts of this country. That fucking horrible bitch has fucking done awful things. Give me Plattner. I don't give a shit. The new guy, he's great. I'm super excited. Thank fucking God that the new guy is not just some pure Dem plant, but like, we're lucky that this happened. I don't know how the power brokering happened there, but it's insane. There's a line in Afro-pessimism about this. There is. Afro-pessimism, I don't ascribe to all of it, but there's a sentiment in it that I don't think just applies to Black people. I think there's a disempowered position that it speaks to in a very strong way. Sitting in moral judgment is the luxury of the powerful and consolation for the powerless. Yes. I need to get Afro-pessimism back out. God damn it.
Is instead
back to Peter Coffin. Sorry for my rant. I love you all.
of trying to police people's consumption, we should be trying to make them manufacture, produce, or oversee services in ways that aren't destructive to people or the environment.
We have lived our entire existence without needing it. We don't need it, and now you can't even write a goddamn email.
She doesn't breathe in, by the way. That's how you know.
I actually couldn't write an email very well before.
If it's a talent where she doesn't have to breathe in, so be it. But
I don't know what the hell to do in emails. I'm socially awkward, believe it or not. It might seem like I actually am pretty good at talking to people, especially if you see me talking to people. But know that I'm actually dying inside the whole time. Every single small instance of reassurance that happens in the conversation is just a tiny bit of a massive weight lifted off my shoulders. And that's with Wellbutrin. The other part that we don't need AI. Do you know what we didn't need? Phones. We didn't need the phones that we have now with the minerals inside of them. And we didn't really need the original version of the phone, which is just a complicated mess of wires. We got along for like 100,000 years before the phone.
People need to stop attempting to form an orthodoxy of which candidate we all agree on. Maybe we could just discuss the merits without needing to arrive at a definite conclusion, and without demanding that the other people be in line if they're a true X or true Y. Yes. Anti-Oedipus, join us Tuesdays, noon. I read it slowly, and we go through every fucking word. We're not near chapter 4. Chapter 4 is going to be sometime in 2036. But they talk about and delineate two types of groups: subjugated groups and grouped subjects. It sounds like a nuance change. It's a big nuance. But on the one hand, you have groups where subjects are subjugated to the group. I am atheist. I am Presbyterian. I am left. I am right. I am MAGA. I am Maha. I am whatever. The identity is defined by the attachment and subjugation to that identity of the group. The other type, and it's a group that everyone's also a part of, is group subjects, which are groups that exist of people who are subjects. It happens to be a group. Right now, all of you are in chat. You're not QC chatters. I could call you that, but it doesn't really work. Not in the same way that if I were to say Hasanabi heads. People who watch his show, they're fans. There's a group, subjugated group subjects. There's a difference there. That latter thing, much better. Emancipatory, growing, constantly changing and shifting, where we can kill it and move on to the next thing if we need to. That's the thing to be aiming for. It's good stuff.
So why make the phone?
Enjoy, Del. I am going to be spending time at some point on your request. I promise you.
Do we need light bulbs? I mean, we had candles, but you know.
Am I right saying, Ray AO, that there is no left because being X implies majority position such that the left cannot have? I think there's many reasons why there's no left or no such thing as like the proletariat class or the bourgeoisie in Anti-Oedipus. I mean, they exist, but again, the very position of being counterculture just means you're not in line perfectly with capital, which is most people, including, by the way, mega people. Most of them are not in line with capital. I hate to break it to you. Conservatives and reactionaries, people who were actively wanting to be Nazis, were not in line with fascism, not perfectly. They were complex people themselves, most of them at least. Almost all of them, I'd say. The same is true of this. Being perfectly in line, most mega people wanted to burn the government to the ground, start over. Yes, they're invested in these things. Yes, they're racist. Yes, they're sexist. Yes, they're transphobic. Yes, they're homophobic. Yeah, sure, all that. But the investment was not just purely, and everything will stay the same, blah, blah. No, there was a destructive quality to it. There's a lot more happening in every single person than just saying the vote totalizes, the decision totalizes. The moral choice decides who you truly are. Nope. Hey, look, it's Peter. Identify as a QC chatter cute. There's a follow-up. She's not AI. You found her account. Really? Well, first off, her hair is magnificent. She needs to fucking get on some fucking... She needs to, I don't know, try heroin or something. Like, gotta relax a little. This will be fun. Peter's here for me to do this live. That'll be great. That's what I like. At least it's better than card posting. She's a hairdresser. Yeah, but she can't do her own. That's the barber in town. You have two barbers. One has a shitty haircut. One has a great one. You go to the one with the fucking shitty haircut because you don't do your own hair. She does her own hair and it looks like that. I'm jealous beyond words. Dyeing hair is nightmare to make it look like that. Unless she's using weaves, which I would bet. I'd bet she's using weaves. Still looks great. And Peter, just so you know, you're going to hear me make reference to calling me a goy white boy. That is not an insult. I just want to be very upfront just because it's, I reacted to card posting reacting to me and he did call me that multiple times. So I'm just dealing with trying to talk about the fucking systems of things. I'm in a mood and we'll see what happens.
You know what? Did we need fire?
But I will say, since you're here, you don't need the jokes. Your analysis, the parts of it that came through without the jokes, there's a thing you do, and this is a critique. I know it's a criticism. You know what? I would love it if you were to change this, actually. Your analysis is solid enough that you shouldn't do the Marvel movie thing. Poignant moment, emotional moment, undercut by zippy FUBU. That shit. That don't. I get that there's probably some habit in there and there's an idea that it's needed or that it works. I think your pieces this piece would so far be much stronger if you just went straight to the point on consumption is good marks. Like, that was good marks. That's real marks. And Baby Squid, be kind. You do have a smugness to you. There's a smugness. It's undercutting. There's an undercutting that happens to the good points. So it's like, I'll be watching. It's like, so just, I like jokes though. Then, different kinds of jokes. Maybe different kinds of jokes. The references, none of that. Those are fine. Those aren't really undercutting the marine mineral joke, those things. It's the one that tripped me up, and it kept tripping me up with my chat is the furry cock art line. That's an undercutting. There was a real systemic commentary critique happening and building, wholly undercut by making it a very particular thing and sort of making a comment on the morality of the people that I don't think you were intending to make, but it did, because I laughed at it and then I realized I was laughing at the people, and that's not the goal.
Did we really need it? I mean, we had caves, but did we really need caves? Yeah, this is called reaction, as in reactionary.
It's not even morality. It's identifying individuals as the attack object, which again, you saying, and I get it because I have a feeling we're about the same age and we have very much the same general cultural online experience coming of age as a thing. I've been aware of you for a while. It's not like you're an unknown quantity, but that thing, it doesn't read as a thing. It doesn't read right.
Wish to bring back an old state, or the wish to maintain the current state,
and again, it's a thing I did that I slowly realized I did, and I'm also critiquing myself in it. So it's literally, I'm also, and Chad will tell you, this is me also shitting on myself because it's a thing I do. I mean, I just called the fucking I just used a handful of very awful slurs with a handful of people. So what am I going to do?
Comes the old state immediately. I'm using the word state as in like status, like a save state in a video game. To be a reactionary is to wish you could go back to an autosave from a certain time point. I mean, it's really complicated. There's a lot of reasons people are reactionary. Some of it is grasping with their own mortality or their position in the world, or like cultivating an easy to maintain fan base to either make money or protect you when the inevitable cartoon child porn with horses folder pops up on your streamer.
That is a perfectly fine comment and joke. That's a perfectly fine one. Oh, that if I can make a critique, you need the sound effect, because it's a great sound effect. Just right.
You know.
Why? You are an idiot. You are willingly becoming an idiot. You have to be.
Yeah, her hair is totally weavy. There's no chance, but still really well done. It's really well put together.
You don't have to be. You can take back your fucking mind.
When will you learn?
She still isn't breathing in. It freaks me out.
When will you learn? They don't have to.
Her hair is gorgeous. No, I'm trying to figure out how she did it because I like doing that. I wonder if she signal. Ash, there's parasocial and there's like 3 layers of parasocial. You're watching me react to Peter, react to her. Come on.
There's consequences. You are pouring money into the people that want us dead.
No, you're pouring money into the people that want your money. Like that's how that works. And make no mistake, some of them do want us dead. I'm not going to say that there are none of them that want us dead. But most of them just want your money.
They want us not to question them. They want to control us.
They don't want to control us.
Correct.
They do. That's how class.
Capital controls us. They're the vehicle for capital. Yes, sure. Fine.
Works. There is a ruling class, and then there is a subordinate class or subordinate classes. They don't want anything. Like, this is how it works. It's the whole reason, like,
correct.
Any of us are like, oh man, you got.
See, you make very good points. It's very good theory. If you undercut this with a shitty joke, I'm just going to say you're making my point. Just saying.
To talk about class.
And you can't make a flyer. You can't.
Come on, YouTube, you stupid thing.
It's the whole reason, like, any of us are like, oh man, you got to talk about class.
And you can't make a flyer? You can't write an email?
I don't like making flyers either. Like, it's not just email. Like, stuff that I don't like doing but have to do, maybe I would like to outsource, except for up until this point, I haven't had the ability to outsource it because I can't just be out paying everybody to do other stuff all the time because I'm not a capitalist. I'm not rich. I don't have the ability to hire a crew. And let's be serious, flyers are all dog shit. Like, they're never good.
Generally.
Yes!
You can do good flyers. It's just very difficult to like have a flair for it. And again, there's a reason people are paid for it. They're good at it.
It questions like it's your friend. It's not your friend! It can't think!
It is not your friend.
It doesn't have a brain!
The anger is exceptional. And I really just...
People have brains!
True. Actually, good observation. A lot of people do think that AI is somehow very smart, somehow approaching human intelligence. And while it is able to retain large amounts of information and sort it and recall it in ways that a human cannot imagine, knowledge is not wisdom. And wisdom, it comes from life experience.
I would even argue it doesn't have knowledge, but I'm splitting hairs.
Thinking is the ability to take knowledge and apply wisdom. AI can't do that. AI, although I say this not with the intention of diminishing what a tool is, a tool certainly changes the relationships that we have to the world. I'm not trying to say that doesn't happen, but it is a tool. It is subordinate to the human mind, even if it has more information than a human mind can handle.
I'd take it one more step because, I mean, it's a good point. Again, Peter, excellent. It's not a question of it, a tool, blah, 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 human mind, blah, blah. The question is not mind versus machine as a thing. As tool, the question is, and I have no doubt you're going to get to it. I'm just saying, like, sort of, again, presuming you're an idiot. It's just easier if I do that. So then I can talk about these things. Whose machine, whose mind? The best book, where is it? Seriously, I need to stop taking my good books to bed so I can read them there. The Eye of the Master. The Eye of the Master is easily the best book written on AI I've read. That's the end of the sentence. It's about how specifically built in ways that LLMs are engineered to actually be a copy of labor. That it's not just a neutral field of knowledge. It's not like Wikipedia as a thing, that it's particular and set up. It's great. Eye of the Master, phenomenal read. That's like a Marxist takedown of like the concept of the mind and artificial intelligence. Really good. That kind of goes super deep into this. It's not a hard read, surprisingly easy read for what it is.
It is subordinate to the human mind and not.
Also, new subjectivity is produced in the use of the tool. Well, that's my argument in the last video I made, is that one of the challenges of AI is that it's all expression without content, which means that when you're taking it in, when you're interacting with it, you're providing content, which means you are actually co-producing a subjectivity with an LLM, which is fucking incredible. And it's basically a very explicit version of how I believe video games work in interactive capacities and, you know, websites and apps and all that. Video games are just my favorite version of it. But that co-extensive subjectivity that's created in that moment lives and dies the same way you do when you're talking to yourself or talking to a friend. That thing is crazy to consider and really powerful. It's really powerful. And again, LLMs are not subordinate to human minds. They're copies of parts of it and ways that it works as a thing. It's particular humans deploying particularized knowledge on humans who do not have the ability to deploy that or to do those things. The the man versus tool humanism papers over a bit the complexity of it.
Because it's got guardrails and rules. It's because of the fundamental nature of what it is. It cannot have a life. It cannot have experiences. It cannot think, as this person is saying. However, this person is saying it in a way that is intended to lecture me, who has thought this out quite a bit. As you know, an AI using person, which I do use AI. I don't use it in the way this person would probably think I do, but it's, a couple of pretty good things. It's a good search engine. It's really good at organizing notes and helping.
I'm sorry, because I know you're here. I'm assuming he's asked it to kick him in the nuts multiple times. So he doesn't have to do it himself anymore. I'm sorry. It's never going to get old. I've done shit that follows me. Welcome to it. I tend to recommend people actually build their own. It's going to be terrible and it's not going to function very well. But there are very simple courses in very basic Python that you can run on CPUs. You don't even need like the fancy hardline shit. Building and understanding how weight training works, how the process works. And again, it's much more complex than the stuff you'll build, but actually doing that thing is incredibly interesting and supportive of understanding how the actual functioning happens. The same way that, like, if someone sees a complicated watch and a tourbillon and all these crazy things, like, what the fuck? It's all that. It's like, but the moment you build it, you understand how the parts interact and how they work and how it demystifies it almost instantly. It's very much worth the time. It doesn't take as much time as you think, especially if you're going in. It took me a long time because I thought, and this was 2020, this was early, like home versions of this on much slower software. I actually thought I could do this. I'm telling you right now, you're going to not be able to do this. And if you don't understand that, that's a whole other discussion to have. You are not going to be able to build a fucking thing that is useful at all, period. But you'll be able to build a thing and it will be shitty and you'll actually be able to see why it's shitty. You have no problem with the nutcase? Okay, good. People feel something. I feel bad because I literally have made that joke every time we've ever interacted, and you don't know it because you didn't know who I was prior to like 2 weeks ago, I think. But I've made that joke with you literally more than 100 times. So I kind of feel a little bad because it makes me smile. It makes you smile apparently, I guess. So yeah. Peter uses ChatGPT.
Test certain ideas and argue and refine points. I do that constantly.
I am very pleasantly surprised at the video so far, though.
I'm not doing it because I think it's my friend. I do it because I think that it will probably come up with a better argument than the people on Twitter that I used to argue with to develop my arguments, which is true. It does.
It does. Most people are crap. A great place to develop your arguments. I'm just going to shill for it. I happen to be part of the best Discord server on the planet for this. And I don't even mean it as a slight joke. The QC, libbed up in CIA and all those terrible things that people say about it, above all, forces people to deal with actual theory and logic and refining arguments in a way that is constructive and good. Discord.gg/DGQC. Highly recommended. We would love to have people.
And the crossover with the people who used to argue with me on Twitter all the time, and this person, I'm guessing, fairly high.
You need to go out and talk to real human people. You need friends.
You need to go out and talk to real human people. You need friends.
It turns out that's 92. Yeah, exactly. It's Quat.
It cannot tell you the truth. It doesn't know what it's saying. It's stupid.
We do not have that. We have the Discord should pop up at some point. I will send. I'll just do it real quick. Discord.gg. Boop.
Stop it! Stop it! Get that shit out of my face!
I will again say, this is what reaction looks like. See, it's this person's belief that because somebody uses AI, that AI is being shoved into their face.
I'm going to jump in because I did a video this morning where I talk about why this person is doing this. This is investment. I opened my piece this morning and I really think it's fantastic. Where I'm basically talking about how people don't understand that I'm using Kalshi. Kalshi, where you could bet on Graham Plattner and you could bet on the day he'd leave and what would happen and all that. She's betting in AI. She's betting in the one marketplace. There's not a marketplace of Kalshi. There's not a marketplace of this and then a social marketplace. It's all marketplace. And she is investing her fucking shit in AI to fail moral positioning. She's investing that, hoping it'll pay off later. She's investing hard. She's not gonna be able to walk this back. This is the kind of thing she is so certain of. She's going all in. All the chips are in that yes, AI will fizzle and no one will do anything. She's doing that. Now, the counter to her, they're really insufferable fucks. AI is going to be fine and you don't know, and the worst. But they're all betting. It's all betting. And her betting is strong. It's strong betting. Strong betting.
It's not. This is like trans people. A lot of people think that trans people simply existing and being out means they're shoving everything in your face. And they're not. They just exist and are usually minding their own business. I'm not going to say that there's no really obnoxious trans people that are intentionally doing everything possible to spite the rest of the population. I'm not saying those people don't exist, but they're not most trans people.
I don't respect you if you're defending it!
Everyone I've ever known who's transitioned has been a perfectly lovely person through the entire process. That is humor. That is very insider baseball, possibly. Also, maybe a hate crime. I don't know. Stronger argument here would not be to say AI can just get out of your way. One of the challenges of AI is that it is being foisted on us at large in terms of how crypto. Remember crypto and NFTs and how everyone was going to fucking own a piece of the multiverse and pieces of land in the mall of the future and all that. And then the guy did a YouTube video and pretended he destroyed it. But in reality, what happened is all the people in capital realized they could finally cash out and destroyed it. We're in that. This is more that where all of the money that could be going elsewhere, and there is a reality to how capital functions, that the productive capacity of the entire social system is dependent on this money and capital being liquid and moving to places to be productive. And almost everything has moved straight into AI. I've talked about this on the channel a lot. The thing about now is there's no VC money anymore. I say that and you're like, but I heard about VC. It's like, yes, but all the VC money's in AI. It's in this weird tech bubble that has nowhere to go and is kind of a worse thing than the subprime mortgage bubble, to be very frank. That weird thing is actually one of the reasons that we're experiencing this mass depression. Everything Trump's doing is making everything worse. But the AI thing sucked capital from every corner of the entire world. There are oil rigs that aren't getting built because people are building or putting money towards data centers, or warehouses filled with old chipsets that no one's going to want 12 months from now when the fucking thing's built. There's a weird sucking money that all of us are affected by AI. There's no way to step away from it. You don't have to not use it. But it's not like quite like, I think of Tyler, the Creator's quote about cyberbullying, just fucking turn off the phone. I get that sentiment, but this is more everything is being aligned and realigned and abused and taken in a direction that's worth taking a moment and going, hey, a lot of this is actually extremely problematic. And the use of capital in this way reveals the fundamental problems with everything and the shortcomings of all of it. Trump is one thing, and American hegemony and all that, blah, blah, all that shit. But even in China, they're starting to run into issues with this over reliance on what is going to be a data center push that doesn't have the normal life cycle. And this is one of the things, like, again, it's nerd actuary bullshit. But if I built a data center 20 years ago, I would build a big building with cooling, and then I'd have a bunch of computers in it. I'm giving the short version. The computers that go into it are like Dell blades, and they're like fucking a Xeon processor with like a decent amount of RAM and a terabyte of hard drive space. And that's really it. A couple other things, but nothing really crazy. And mostly it's for hosting websites. Mostly it's for burst CPU here or there. The cloud gaming isn't really a thing. No one gives a fuck. It's a handful of places that do that. But most of these are those Dells. And they cost 5, 10 grand, maybe 20. On the very high end, they get a little bit more expensive, but you amortize them over 10 or 20 fucking years. So when I have a data center and I put a bunch of shit in it, I don't really just consider it like spent. That gets amortized. There's a way that money works where I'm able to understand how profit will come out, and I'm able to spread that cost out a little bit further. The reason is because that Xeon, there's a really good chance that like the old Xeon chipset that a person put in, I'm running stuff on it right now. Like if DreamHost, big host, all their hardware is like 15 years fucking old. You can get nicer stuff, but you don't really need it. You don't really need it. Like email's commoditized. It runs on Raspberry fucking Pis. I run websites out of my house on a Raspberry Pi. Like that you can run 1,000 websites on these things and it runs forever. One AI piece of hardware from NVIDIA has a 12-month life cycle and then is worthless. There's no secondary market for it. You can go buy secondary market hard drives from these data centers because it doesn't get destroyed after 5 years, but I don't recommend it, but they're cheap as shit. I would never, ever buy a piece of AI hardware from any of these because they're running at 24/7. They make money by burning the fuck out of these. It's like buying a GPU from a Bitcoin farmer, and they don't last that long and they are destroyed. So they're amortizing still these data centers 10 or 15 years, but they've got a 12 to maybe on the very high end 18-month life cycle. And that 18-month life cycle is constant. So when NVIDIA puts out their next chip, if you don't have that in your data center, you lose business. Like a lot of it, not even a little bit. Like you fucking fall apart. You fall apart. Online video is more power hungry than the AI on a non-training basis. There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. The challenge becomes, and we know this from how AI is used, if you're using it as like, you're hitting it up, hey, reply to this email, you're using it with an app that does email replies or anything, yes, that's mostly negligible. And even at scale, we're not talking about anything big. That's kind of closer to like email usage. However, the people who use this shit use the fuck out of this shit. Right now, Anthropic sells $200 a month personal accounts. And $200 a month is the max, and it's a 20x max plan. Personally, I think the smaller plan's fine, but the big max plan has Fable, and they have a limit to Fable, which is their cutting edge model. And it's limited every week. Every week you only get so much. And people have 10 or 12 of these that they're running against each other on the same code base in chain. There are people who use the fuck out of this to the point where this becomes one of those things where the claim of, hey, it's not that power hungry is true singularly as an individual. It's not that water hungry is true singularly as a single point, but these things aren't democratized and spread out. The data centers, I live outside Portland, the Dales, the Dals, I don't know the name. I've heard it pronounced a few ways, was one of the first major data center hubs because it's on the Columbia River. And one of the things that they run into is they had to fundamentally restructure the entire power and water grid of the city. And it kind of ruined the city, kind of super ruined the city. And this was 15, 20 years ago, because these data centers are excessively power hungry, but not just power hungry, they're water hungry, but water hungry in a way that sucks. They have their own water pumps because unlike your house, if you don't get water for 20 minutes, so what? You don't fucking get your mac and cheese boiled. Who cares? You just wait. A data center, they burn. They fucking burn. So they have water pumps that sucks the water out of the rest of the fucking town, and they don't pay for whatever the fuck else is needed, and the towns aren't large enough, so they destroy small towns. And this is happening because all that stuff, your usage, my usage, I use AI. I'm not upset with AI. Again, I'm not anti-AI as a thing. I'm not pro-AI either. I think it's just fucking technology. But my use, not great. I don't have 20 fucking accounts, and I'm not building code bases of things that no one will ever care about, or I'm not PewDiePie. PewDiePie has many of these accounts. He's not alone. This is a thing that power users do. Their usage at large is in 12 different metropolitan areas, 12 places. Those places are poor minority areas or poor areas, and they're being destroyed. And all of the rest of these are doing the same thing. So yes, each usage is not a big deal, just like anything else. That's great. Every almond isn't a big deal. The fact that all the almonds are being grown in one specific area is, because that global becomes local in a spot. And that translation is the horror of what this is. Power usage can be minimal. All these things can be minimal. That's great. That's true. And it's not as big of a deal as, I don't know, the coal power plant issue we have, right? Or whatever you want to say. Yes. But the immediate effect of building these things destroys the town they're in and eliminates the ability for people to do anything in them. Because without any local politics, without any local anything, people leave. And then they join bigger cities. When they join bigger cities, they have less power, less bargaining power, less control over things. This is part of the capitalist consolidation that, again, Marx may have written about. He wrote a couple books about it. They're called, This Is How Money Works, Retard. Something like that. I'm not quite sure exactly what it was. Pardon the language. That thing is the deal. This is the function of all of this stuff. And so as you make your way through it, it's important to understand that the local and global are conflated constantly in capital. $1 billion versus $1,000. They're the same dollars. So what's the difference? Well, it's because of the concentration of it in one place. This is what capitalism does. Reminds me of the coconut story. Yeah, the Coconut Island story. I can't tell because everyone uses Coconut Island as like a weird sex thing. And that's not what it is. So the clever men. If you don't know the story about the Philippines, once upon a time, Southeast Asia had these amazing sort of rural agrarian life on the coast very often. And people would have coconuts, and they'd have these farms, but it wasn't only coconut trees. They had a lot of different plants, and families would take care of it. And the 40s and 50s, Americans more traveling, started, buying coconuts more often. And some clever man, capitalist, went, hey, I really like these coconuts. Why don't I buy all the coconuts from your farm for the next 2 years? And he went to all the farmers. He said, I'll do that. And all of them went, sure, fuck. And they planted a couple extra coconuts, planted a little bit less other things. After 2 years, the capitalist moving these things over is like, fuck, these sell really, really well, but I want better margins. I'm going to pay you for your farm. Like, this is literally what happened, by the way. I'm going to pay you for your farm. I'm going to buy it outright. I'm not going to kick you off it. You get to work it. I'm going to pay you pretty well. And that'll be great. Okay, cool. We'll do that. After about a year, they go, we're not producing enough coconuts. we need to switch your farm. This is literally what happened. We need to switch your farm to a monocultural farm. And lo and behold, everyone's growing coconut trees. This happened in the 50s-ish. Coconut trees take about 10 years to fruit, 7 to 10 years. And lo and behold, the 60s, they started showing up in fine dining, fine things. More and more farms started to get purchased. This increased until the 80s when there was a huge explosion of everything. And you could buy fucking candy bars, Almond Joy and Mounds. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Coconut was everywhere. Macaroons were everywhere. Coconut cake, coconut, everything was insane. And it got more and more and more. And more farms were purchased by these massive conglomerates who would go in and force the families. And then they'd go, well, we're not actually going to pay you that much. We're actually not going to pay you that much. And we're going to actually, now you just get paid what we do. And so now this family who once had a massive farm that they would eat at, eats at McDonald's, and they don't get paid very well for harvesting these coconuts. And then about 10 years ago, people started realizing that coconut trees only fruit for about 70 years. And so we've got a couple of years of coconuts left. But there's a problem, because all these coconuts were basically planted within the same 5 years. So you would need, in order to have actual coconut production continue, you would have to basically cut production in half right now, replace all those trees with saplings and grow them from scratch. And no one's doing this. So we are on the edge of not having any coconuts at all. The people who had the land make no money. There's nothing there for anyone to actually eat. And soon there won't be anything for anyone to harvest either. That's capitalism. That's coconut capitalism. That's it. That's the entire process. And it's the same thing across the board.
It is destroying our planet, taking our clean water. We are going to run out of clean drinking water.
The water point. Didn't see that coming. So, first off, the water cycle.
No, you won't have a lovely bunch of coconuts.
A lot of people.
sorry. It's a lot of things happening on stream.
Think that AI is using up water, which is disproven very.
Sort of. Again, there's a globality and a locality to all of this. And it's one of those things that's like, depending on where you cut the statistics, as always, it's always the same thing. Where do you cut the statistics? Where do you cut it? It's true. Generally, but it's not real true. So it's tough. I'm going to be mad at you here? Oh, no, for sure. I'm always mad at everyone. Don't worry.
Stupid and idiotic. There is a slightly, in my opinion, more sincere concern about communities and water usage.
And there's compounding. I forgot. This is one of the things I brought up in my AI videos. There's a compounding thing because a nuclear reactor, for example, let's say we don't, you know what? Fuck it. Let's say we just have a whole bunch of fucking coal power plants powering all this. Those need to get built. Those are now running 24/7. Coal power plants don't just burn coal. So if you have 10 times the power usage, you have 10 times the water usage for power plants too. There's a compounding effect of these things. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. All of this is a nightmare. And again, it could all be done very smartly and simply. This is the kind of stuff that could be made absolutely sustainable. And again, nationalized properly and put to use for people. So that way it's not just driving, you know, a log that lives inside of your brain and comes out in transphobic videos of fruit animations. I don't know.
See, a lot of these AI data centers are going into areas in which the community does not have a reliable or updated or maintained water delivery system, and thus the water pressure
pulled out the
goes
nose
down,
jive. Good for
water
you.
quality decreases. And a lot of people make the mistake and say that this is a problem of AI. It's not. Yes, the data centers use the water and expose the problem in the water delivery systems. But that is the municipality failing the citizens.
It's true. My area, every 3 to 6 months, they have a weird moment where they send out a notice, and I hope you get it, that you shouldn't drink the water. Because one of the wells has 5 times the PFAS, and it's normally shut down, but sometimes there's more power, nor water needed, so that leaks or goes out, or they need to open it to get the water out, and they just tell everyone, hey, just don't drink the water for a day.
Of the area. It's not AI taking their water.
And again, to the taxes point, and this is again compounding. So you have these big fucking buildings that go into the middle of these areas. I'm not going to want to move there. So no one's moving there. Am I going to want my business next to it? No. Even if I've got I have a fucking jackhammering business. All we do is people send us stuff and I jackhammer it all day. I've got a big jackhammer and I wouldn't put that next to a data center, right? Because data centers are awful. They're hot and weird, and they change the ecosystem and the air in the area, and they have hums and shit that makes you nuts. If you haven't been past one, look up a data center, a large one near you. You probably live closer to one than you think, and go drive out and stand a mile from it, and you'll be like, what the fuck? It's awful. But the weird thing is the data center, 4 jobs. I don't care how big it is. If maybe 6, most of the work on the data center is being done not in your town or city. In fact, all the transactions that are happening and all the money being made and all the spending, you don't see a dime of that. There's no sales tax. There's nothing. And property tax goes down. So you're paying less than you were. It's insane to think about, but there's no work. There's no jobs. There's no taxes. There's no growth. And so it becomes a feedback loop in the worst way.
Those water systems can be repaired or updated or whatever needs to happen.
They can, but now they have less taxes and they have less people, and thus the fucking nightmare loop that these things put everyone in.
It's entirely possible. I'm not going to say that automatically fixes the problem, but it's how to fix the problem. And that's what you should be angry about. The fact that these municipalities have failed their citizens.
Also capitalism, but sure.
And yes, in many cases, those citizens belong to historically marginalized groups. We're not going to run out of water. Do you understand that we get water out of the ocean and desalinate it? And even there are.
Let's have a research stream on water sometime, and it will break your brain. Water is, a friend of mine, Yasha Levine, did I shouldn't say friend, is an acquaintance, Pistachio Wars. And it's about the water in California. I lived in San Francisco and LA. My wife grew up in Stockton, Central Valley. And the water and the way that it exists in California is absolutely worth understanding every step of it and how insane it is. The Colorado River, as an example, is insane. Look up what the Resnicks are doing in California. Look at what the Resnicks did in Iran. The Resnicks, they own the wonderful pistachio company. You crack. They paid Trump to blow up Iranian pistachio fields. That's a thing that happened. That's what the fuck world do we live in? What the fuck world do we live in that's a thing? It's holy fuck. There are reactors that use desalination to generate water. No, there's good examples of things. They're incredibly expensive to build, and they don't really have the longevity that people want. Dubai has a problem right now, and Dubai's not alone. A couple of desals were hit by Iran. That's a big problem because they don't have water, and they're not alone. Abu Dhabi has the same problem. Saudi Arabia is going to have this. the middle of America, there's a gigantic aquifer that, like, I think has less than 10 years left. And when I'm saying the middle, I mean like northern Texas, Panhandle, Nebraska, Kansas. There's an aquifer there, completely fucked and gone in the next 10 years. It's insane. It's insane. And also there's a few data centers going there. So like water is renewable, but how do you then get it to, like, it's going to hollow out the middle of the country. You can't build an aquifer that goes from the ocean all the way in. It's not commercial. Oh no, I'm agreeing. Again, there is ways that technology can solve this, but again, these become layers of problems that are being placed in a system that one of these problems is enough to make sure that this stuff never gets solved. I mean, I live in a town that has money and has jobs. I'm in South Washington, Vancouver, just outside of Vancouver. Small town, a lot of people moving here from everywhere. Decent property taxes, well taken care of. There's no income tax, which is great. But the city has tax. The thing that's problematic is there's no money. People won't vote for it. There's no way to advocate for it. They're closing high schools. They closed the special needs school in the area, and there's no money to fix that. So this becomes this like, okay, if this is a decent version of that, if you add in big fucking data center that kills jobs, profitability, tax revenue, then that's it.
Now, power plants that can use the desalination.
Oh, I know you're not arguing with me. As I've said to people before, I generally speaking am not really arguing with anyone because you're not here. It would be terrible for me to argue and force you to do it in chat. If I want to argue with you, I will invite you into Discord and we will yell at each other. I'm more using you as a jumping off pad. That's all. Because I find it just an amazing, like the layers of how this is fucky is incredible. You don't see the point in the build out at all. Neither does capital. It's not happening. The build outs aren't happening. They're not happening. If you didn't know, they're not happening. And it's a big thing across all of it. One sec. Let me see if I can find the specific clip. This is, you know what? I'm just gonna add this. We're gonna add this. We're gonna listen to a little bit of Ed in a little bit here.
Of the seawater as a means to generate power, which is clean energy, or do you keep up on any of the environment shit? Do you do that or no? Or did you just yell about how everything's bad and the environment's being destroyed? You don't know how or why or what's being done about it or anything. You just want a doom to yell at me because you don't like a thing.
Oh my God! I don't respect you if you're using AI!
Oh my God. My name is Cheryl, and I'm your daughter.
I don't have a daughter named Cheryl.
It makes me know that you are stupid! And you are a sheep!
Please tell me why you're doing this to yourself.
What do you mean why I'm doing this to myself?
And effectively, you're fucking MAGA! You cannot be a liberal and be using AI!
I love it. That's funny. That was good. That's a good line. You cannot be liberal and be using AI. I'm just letting you know. I like that. That's good. That was like arousing. That was like solid. That's
well,
good.
I'm definitely not
shittiness.
a liberal. I would say that I view the liberals in the exact same way I view the MAGAs, though. Let's just say I think that
I also view the left that way.
The liberals and the MAGAs and the leftists, all these various groups, I think they've led themselves into a corner.
Oh my God! It goes against everything that people like me stand for! The planet is being destroyed!
Do you even know what you're saying at this point? Like, I don't feel like, I think you've worked yourself up to the point where it's not possible to even know what you're saying anymore, which is not good for your whole "you're being dumb" argument. Like, you can't really tell people they're being dumb when you're acting like this.
I hate you! I hate you! Oh my God!
I know you hate me and people like me, and you just hate most people. That's really what it is.
She probably doesn't actually hate really anyone. She just is angry, and it's people are funny. People are funny.
I don't know if you'd admit that, but I wouldn't be shocked if you did. You don't think that
anger and impotence and resentment come out in extraordinary ways. And she's a kid. She is a kid. I don't think that excuses her any more than it excuses any of us. We're all dumb fucks.
Things that will make people's lives easier.
Have I achieved the proper amount of life to be called on my shit? Just call me on my shit. It's fine. I'm a dumb fuck. It's fine. At some point, I will be a learned old man. And then I'll die 5 minutes later.
Particularly disabled.
She's playing up language for clicks. Did you see her hair? You don't do your hair like that. And like she's very much hyper performative. It's social media. It's social media. We all are. Do you see this fucking guy right here? Look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy. Do you think normal people have a beard like this? No. Come on.
People with cancer, people with various diseases that limit mobility and limit expression, particularly people like that, will benefit from AI and AI use.
I wholly agree with this. It's one of the things that I think, again, understanding the technology and what it can do, it fucks with me because if you haven't worked with like special needs kids or people, and they have these complicated systems to type out very complex everything, these systems can actually really solve that and short circuit 99% of their conversations in a way that is just amazing. The ability for a person to type with one hand because they only have one hand. The ability for people to speak to it and have it actually be able to understand what they're saying. Because it's one of the things I haven't seen people complain about is AI transcription is next goddamn level. It's next goddamn level. It's just wild. So there's good stuff. The automatic loom, made sure fewer women died in the loom. Doesn't mean it was awesome. Doesn't mean it was awesome. It was awesome. Doesn't mean it was awesome. It was awesome.
More than I ever will. Are those people sheeple? Are they sheep?
Yeah, current water use and contamination was fucked before AI. And AI is just making it's layering in worseness. I think that's the real conversation, is like all of this is making and exasperating a system that is broken. And we'll get to Ed Zitron's version of it. AI autocorrect identifier, agreed. AI transcription is stunning.
Are they dumb? Are they bad? Do you hate them? Yes, you probably do. Because you think that they're using up the water. There's some people who know a little bit more about the water argument who are like, no, it's not about using up the water. We don't think they're using up the water. And then there's like everyone else who's making the argument who is saying that we're using up the water. This person is saying we're using up the water.
People, I give people passes for this because, again, everyone's angry about something. That the lack of understanding about a thing doesn't mean the thing is not bad. And I don't really need everyone to be super informed enough. The anger, I think, is fair. It's being aimed in the wrong place and giving a different direction to go at it, which to me is, again, capitalism, VC, and I think the data centers are a good target personally. But like all of that, I think there's room here.
This is why I have to make a documentary. This is my cross to bear. And I'll say, not all heroes wear capes.
I All right. I do want to watch the documentary, and I have it here, I think. The follow-up to this, if you want to watch, Peter, be ready for that, because I get sharp. Let's see. AI isn't replacing who you think is, I think, the one for it, right? I think so. What I would add, we don't have particularly good data read the water usage thanks to obfuscation of AI companies. No, you're right. I think we have enough data. I think we have enough to be able to say there's problems. We can identify them, I think, cleanly. But again, before we watch, I think it's important. I want to go over some Edzitron. But first, I'm going to use the restroom. And while I do, you have a choice. You can listen to my song, or you can listen to Anti-Oedipus, or Anti-Oedipus, I think is going to be the other thing. Anti-Oedipus rap is, I think, going to be the one I want to do. And whichever I see getting more comments. I know, Pashy, I know. I know. The ICP and the... All right, ICP Anti-Oedipus read by Insane Clown Posse, and I'll be back in a moment.
It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits and fucks. What a mistake to have ever said everywhere it is machines, real ones, not figurative ones. Machines driving other machines, machines being driven by other machines. With all the necessary couplings and connections, an organ machine is plugged into an energy source machine. The one produces a flow that the other interrupts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth a machine coupled to it. The mouth of the anorexic wavers between several functions. Its possessor is uncertain as to whether it is an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, or a breathing machine. As hence, we are all handymen, each with his little machines. For every organ machine, an energy machine. All the time, flows and interruptions. Judge Draper has sunbeams in his ass, a solar anus, and rest assured that it works. Judge Draper feels something, produces something, and is himself a product of something produced. The self and the non-self, outside and inside, no longer have any meaning whatsoever. Since subjective and objective are merely terms that designate products. A schizophrenic out for a walk is a better model than a neurotic lying on the analyst's couch. A breath of fresh air, a relationship with the outside world. Laughter. The schizoanalytic venture has no other goal to unleash these flows in a controlled and guided manner.
Controlled not by an authoritarian figure,
but by the schizoanalyst himself. Through a love of the schizophrenic experience, the schizoanalyst ceases being a judge of being, and becomes a mechanic and artisan. The schizophrenic experiences the glories of the machine, not in its technical aspect, but in its technical aspect. Also because he's also an engineer, an electrician, but in the aspect of the machine, schizophrenia is desiring machine, not technical machine, not social machine, not total machine, and above all, it is not a metaphor. There is no such thing as metaphor. Metaphor is a disease. Metaphor is an illusion. Metaphor is a hallucination. There is no such thing as metaphor. The positive task consists of describing the machinic assemblages of desire. The negative task consists of deconstructing the historical formations of the subject. The positive task consists of describing the machinic assemblages of desire. The negative task consists of deconstructing the historical formations of the subject. It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it eats, it eats, it shits and fucks. What a mistake to have ever...
Good, because I was singing along and I was just kept talking, and that's probably for the best that no one needed to hear that shit. No one needed to hear that shit. It's musically bad. It is, and it's wonderful, and it just makes me kind of smile. Just makes me kind of smile. What can I say? Let's do a little bit on these. In terms of AI music, it leaned to the unhinged generation. To me, it's the use of AI, and I like AI art, and I know I've got some artists here who fucking hate AI. There was an era, and it was like a year and a half, between when Deep Dream was doing everything and turning it all into like animals and animal eyes and weird shit, that there was like everything was broken and shit. It's broken and shit, but it was shit in a way that was like completely unpredictable and random. I liked that era. When it became more realistic, it broke, and it's just shit in every way.
I'm just a slight rant here, which I know is atypical for this show. The natural, logical endpoint of what I'm saying is that this is one of the greatest capital misallocations in history, to quote just Dario, great analyst there. And also, we are building hundreds of billions of dollars of risk directly into our retirement systems. And I don't just mean private retirements. CalPERS, the California pension system, is in blue out. Teachers' pensions, cops' pensions, firemen's pensions, Dutch pension funds, they are in AI data centers. The risk is everywhere. And like I said, I have tried to disprove this. I've really tried, because I don't want to just be a vacuous doomsayer. Otherwise, I'd be no better than the AI boosters. But I've really looked. And the best people can give me is they say, well, I found a document that says that there's going to be all of this demand in 20... It's just people dreaming. People dreaming so they don't have to face the nightmare of reality.
So if you don't know who Ed Zitron is, he writes a wonderful blog called Where's Your Ed At? And he's basically been one of the better, I don't want to say like anti-cheerleaders of AI, but he's been a very good dose of reality. And I'm very glad he was able to get in the position he is to be as influential as he was. He's very good. He's very on top of it. And I like his sense of humor and anger.
Way that wouldn't happen.
So I think what we see is we see a chunk of capacity come online.
Capacity is meaning data centers.
It fits and starts in the next 6 months. I think there's chunks of it that get immediately absorbed. I actually see Anthropic and OpenAI becoming the kind of renter of last resort. Though I think I have some questions there as well. But I think it's going to be in the next 12 months you're going to see the occasional blips here. Data center project faces financial problems because client won't pay. A lot of the debt confidence in these deals, the ones I've seen, if a client doesn't pay for 3 months, then it immediately becomes a breach. And, well, the people that were building the data center have to feed their own money in. And I think it's one.
I like his cat, too. I appreciate his cat. Did you not see? This little cat.
Deals, the ones I've seen, if a client doesn't pay for 3 months, then it immediately becomes a breach. And, well, the people that were building the data center have to feed their own money in. And I think it's one of those situations that breaks things. And it's going to be one or two.
Hey, Magenta. Let's see. Are you still there? Yeah. Hey, Magenta. You were so loved on that last stream that I don't even know why, but you're the only person it's decided to give the glitch flower to. 2 of them even. Look at you. Welcome. I've been waiting for you to poke your head out and for me to remember.
And then lots where it will be, okay, the person renting it didn't pay. Now the original, like the core weaves of the world of the applied digitals, crap. Now they have to put money in, but they're running into financial trouble. And the only way that they can get money is from AI startups that are not paying them. And so I think it will be slow.
What does that mean? I don't know. But it's decided you're the one it's making all the flowers for today. It's supposed to pick out random people from chat, and it's only you today. I don't know why.
Slow, and then all at once, and then just a torrential downpour for probably years. Because I don't think hyperscalers are going to, I don't think they're going to let down the people they're renting from.
This is so
except
awful.
for the fact that Microsoft has a clause in their contract with Nebius that says they can cancel the entire contract if Nebius does, and with the 6K they filed, that they can cancel the entire contract with Nebius in the event that certain milestones of delivery are not met. To your point, that means if a data center gets delayed, a client can pull out. And I think that that's the case across the board.
Yep.
It was definitely the case with CoreWeave in the past as well. So I think that I think a chunk is going to.
That is absolutely going to happen. Just so you know, this is not like a if, it's a when. And again, I think he might even be optimistic because I think capital's moving a little faster than again, I don't have reason to believe this. He's smarter than I am, but I think capital's doing and reacting a little bit faster than he thinks.
To come online, it will be absorbed because there's demand that exists because Anthropic and OpenAI are taking up so much. But I don't think there's more than a few $1 billion of non-OpenAI, non-Anthropic compute. And once that gets absorbed, I think we're in real trouble. And there's also a lot of evidence that still data centers are not coming online.
To the point about delays, I saw.
I just want to make sure I signpost so everyone who's watching, who's maybe not fully on this, this is about to be what I was talking about. Data centers are not happening, which is insane to say, given the $500 billion that is supposed to be invested for it, and the lies around it, and the places that they are building it. But here, I'll let him talk. Just signposting.
Yesterday that lead times of some
Not
energy
card
infrastructure
posting.
is now pushing up to, I think it's 144 weeks, nearly 3 years. So how narrow is the margin of error?
Did
I saw yesterday that lead times of some energy infrastructure is now pushing up to, I think it's 144 weeks, nearly 3 years.
Even his reaction is mine too. 144 weeks to get energy infrastructure needed for the build out that is not already happening.
So how narrow is the margin of error between sort of the...
Yeah, Google went cash negative. They're all fucked. Like, everyone's fucked. It's over. Like, we are already seeing it. They're already seeing the returns in a negative way. There's no profitability. And again, fundamentally, there's no profitability here. This in no way can do anything except become a commodity. And if you do anything but price it as anything other than a commodity and you make a business around it, you are begging to fail.
Construction times and then the terms of the debt held by these SPVs.
That's the other part, because it's intersecting. It's not just power. The special vehicles, right, that we're talking about that actually are these. He's going to talk about it. I can't remember if it was earlier. It's one of my favorites. Meta has a special vehicle that is this massive AI data center that they've been building. But Owl's the one that owns it, 80% of it, and Meta's the only customer. So it's not controlled by Meta legally and financially. Okay. So the loans that are up against it that people have invested in, that these pension funds have put money in, there's no one to collect from. The SPV, yeah. There's no one to collect from because it's not a Meta company, it's a special purpose vehicle, which is a financial lie. I don't know how else to put it.
And then what happens if those terms are breached?
So a lot of the
Yep.
so I'm
Almost,
talking from
I'm hearing, Mark, I've heard it's past $2 trillion in debt hidden. Like, there's a reason that Oracle's bonds are one step above junk. SpaceX's bonds, one step above junk. That doesn't happen to tech companies in my lifetime. That's crazy shit.
CoreWeave ones, one of the few that they've got online.
No more AI companies are going to IPO. My money is that SpaceX has ruined that for everyone. They're like, they're all trying to be the coolest kid at the club first, and lo and behold, Elon Musk showed up with his fucking tiny dick out and shitting himself, and everyone else is like, whoa, I better not, I can't do this. And so my money is we don't see another IPO. They fucked this. SpaceX fucked this by saying that the future of their company needed a Dyson sphere. The prospectus for an IPO company said that the future was a Dyson sphere, and that's when they'd be able to be profitable. A Dyson sphere. I don't think I can say that enough. And no one, I don't see people saying that enough. I think that's worth saying more often.
A lot of them have covenants that say, okay, you need a certain amount of money coming in to not be in breach of the loan. So it will be, it's mathematical based, but
Dyson Spheres were a joke. It's an episode of Star Trek. It's in the SpaceX IPO that they're going to build a Dyson Sphere.
You need a certain amount of client revenue coming in, otherwise you're in breach, and you will have to start making investors whole. The thing is,
all right, baby squid,
years,
that's
they don't
a joke.
have 3 years. They don't even have a year. They have to start bringing these things online very, very soon.
Immediately.
And that's kind of the thing. I think the one I read in CoreWeave was the middle of 2027 was when they had to have revenue coming in from the data center. And if it's not, this is going to be a problem across the board. Maybe this spills into 2027. 2027 is probably when this happens, but we might see signs this year where just... It's not so much that the projects aren't getting built fully, it's that they're not getting finished, and that means that they can't offer enough compute to clients, and the clients get to pull out. And we don't know, because again, SPVs, private, it's all private, we can't see it, except for filings when they choose to be generous.
Bullshit.
These things will all have different debt covenants, and the less notable the data center operator, so CoreWeave, very notable, backed by NVIDIA, OpenAI signing contracts with Meta and so on. Applied Digital works with CoreWeave a lot. So big names. These other data center plans from random speculators, I don't think the debt deals are going to be as good, which means the covenants, so the rules they have to abide by, will be a little bit harsher. And the less notable they are, the less experience they have building these data centers. And I think the scariest thing for me is that, and I mentioned this in the show before, a lot of these data centers are funded by private credit. A lot of CoreWeave data centers, I think it was CoreWeave CDPQ, which is Quebec's largest pension fund.
It's insane. And just to add in, because you're spot on again, Mark. Gas prices are rocketing. Diesel's astronomical at this point. The oil's broken, and we're, of course, also adding tariffs on everything. If you like what I do and you want to support it, please toss a few bucks my way. Super chats are always great. There's a little tip line down here. Yeah, we go right there. Boom, little QR code. Head straight over, streamelements.com, DGQC, tip. Good time. So now we're adding tariffs again, because fuck us. All of these things are going to just accelerate the shit out of all of this. Like, the worst way. Nothing... If we had good capitalists who weren't mentally Trump or Elon, you use your words for them. I have my words. They would be better at this, and they would be finding ways to defray this and delay this as much as possible. People forget that the subprime mortgage crisis didn't happen overnight. You probably experienced it overnight. It was like 14 months of slow crashes and brutality in the financial marketplace before it got really bad. And then another like 15 months of like trying to survive it. It was this huge, long fucking nightmare. No one's doing anything. They are looting the entire setup as much as they fucking can. And they don't care. It's insane.
I think they're invested in the CoreWeave data center. Alliance is in Osiris One. The company's called Cyrus One, so Osiris 1-1. And they own the bonds. PIMCO, tons of retirement and insurance funds. Apollo Global, you recently heard, invested $35 billion into a deal to buy TPUs. To raise debt to buy TPUs via Google from itself and then rent them to Anthropic through Google, and the loan is paid from Anthropic. Anyway, that's funded by insurance and retirement funds.
Yes, it is.
Because Apollo Global merged with an insurance retirement company called Athene in 2022, I believe. Blue Owl bought Kuvare Insurance, who were already invested in data centers. Yep. A lot of people are in data centers without knowing it. And there, I could go into a long reason why, but the long and short of it is, after the great financial crisis, insurance and pension funds needed yield, and treasury bonds were down at the time. The yield was down, so they went, well, we need something more reliable. Commercial papers.
We're so fucked. There's no such thing as a good capitalist. They're self-selected by capital. I would argue Obama and his team were good at being capitalists as much as you can. I say the same for Bill Clinton. They're able to sustain and have the system lie in a very, very good way. Also, just because we're here, this is the first minute and a half of Pistachio Wars. I want you to watch it, especially you, Peter.
To keep feeding the growth, the city turned to a shadowy private market. He was buying water from a wealthy farmer who lived hundreds of miles away, all the way north in Silicon Valley. The deals were worth millions, and they were being funneled through a privately owned water bank. As I dug into the details, I realized that this was much bigger than just Victorville. It turned out that a small group of powerful families had seized control of California's water supply. Even weirder was that the whole thing was being driven by a pair of high society.
I know you're aware of it. I was too. Watch the documentary.
Billionaires from Beverly Hills.
Maybe we'll do a watching. Well, I'll see if Yash is up for coming in and talking to us
but what
about
really
it.
made them stand out was that they owned more water than anyone else on the planet. Maybe it's because I moved here as a kid, but I still had an idealized view of California. This wasn't supposed to be the kind of place where a pair of billionaires could buy up the water supply. So I roped in a filmmaker friend, and we set out to tell their story.
Incredibly infuriating film. Yasha Levine, wonderful reporter. Worked with The Exiled, Mark Ames, Radio War Nerd, who I've talked about a lot, has done amazing pieces. Like genuinely his work on Victorville and what it meant for the housing crisis around the time of the housing crisis was stunning. Pistachio Wars is very good and very, very, very awful. Very awful.
Without large-scale production,
I'm never doing costumes.
Modern society couldn't exist. And somebody always had to organize that. And coordinate everything, make decisions, take on the risk, wear these...
Dad was talking about how they used to dye pistachios red when I was visiting. Red pistachios were specifically denoted as Iranian. Like, to be specific about connecting it to all this. It's because of the import rules and how it came about that they dyed them. Because they were supposedly of less quality, is what they said. It's a really interesting story. And again, Pistachio Wars gets into that. It's really fascinating. And again, the Resnicks blew up most of those. I'm not fruity enough for costumes. You're now. See, now you're just fucking with me, so I do it.
400-pound hats. But what if the system no longer needs people to do that? What happens to the people whose power comes from doing that? If we're going to be objective, if we care about what's real, we're going to have to acknowledge there's some truth to the whole somebody's got to take on all the risk and do the investment. Somebody's got to take charge. That's why we don't live in feudalism anymore. That's why capitalism happened, and it's basically the only real justification they have. And now, with artificial intelligence, they're building machines that will do that for them. They won't be needed anymore. Which seems like a weird move if your whole thing is to stay in charge. And they know that, or at least some of them have to know that, right? So why build it? If they understand what it might do to them seriously, why build it? Well, they have to. They can't not do it.
I'm just going to ask you now, do you talk about the capitalist function or the capitalist position? Because those are two different things that I think are going to be my primary thing.
Kind of caught between a rock and a hard place.
There is an excess amount of background noise
here. You see, capitalist class rule developed under really specific conditions, and they're extremely dependent on those conditions. So, if those conditions are changing, their
ideology. Yes, I don't believe in ideology.
Role is going to change with them, which shifts the AI question from will I lose my job to is the boss obsolete? Because if your entire claim to power is that you're necessary and then you're not anymore, how do you think that feels? Do you
need any instructions? No.
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 No, we're good.
I'm gonna get fucking copyright claimed for the goddamn song, Peter.
Dominate, to control, requires justification. Today, we call it consent of the governed. Throughout human history, systems of rule have grounded that justification in the arcane, appealing to gods, cosmic order, sacred tradition, or natural hierarchy. In the most recent pre-capitalist mode of production,
not sure how I feel about AI video.
Feudalism. People weren't hired for roles in an organization, they produced according to their own direction. The ruling class collected the Lord's share, or what remained after subsistence needs were met, the literal surplus of what was produced. And the authority of kings and lords to do this existed because they were said to possess a divine right to do so.
Hell yeah, man! This is the guy! Let's fucking go!
It sounds arbitrary, but this authority was acceptable because people's stomachs were fuller than they had been in earlier times.
Many critiques here. Again, I'm just going to sort of state from my position. One of the challenges of thinking about feudalism, first, feudalism, and I only learned this a couple years ago myself, feudalism didn't happen. It's a really interesting rabbit hole to go down, but it turns out there's an entire new understanding that feudalism was a misrepresentation of how medieval power and structures worked. That there's no such thing. Feudalism is basically an invention of the modern era. Really interesting shit. The way that production was organized underneath kings is, to me, different than just saying, oh, well, they were fed, so therefore. The nature of how people find their meaning and find themselves organized inside of society and how production is organized is determined by ultimately the larger social machine, that which takes credit for that which is built. For the prehistorical people, for example, it tends to be the earth, the world, the space that they live in, where they literally etch and record themselves in their very existence. They walk, they farm, they hunt, but they leave marks. They record themselves as if on the ledger of life, directly in what is happening to the world around them. And as such, as they do this, there's a weird way the recording and the surface of this comes back on them, and where they find themselves organizing themselves for the earth, because they see that recording repeated, they see that registration of themselves on the earth, they see themselves consumed in that space, and they think that it's causative. Humans do this. We have a really odd relationship with cause and effect, and they ultimately come back around, and we're going in different directions in terms of focus. Oh, I have no doubt. but it's an important distinction for me. The king comes around and ends up being that body on which all of this registration is handled. That it's less a person exists because their bodies are full, but because they simply understand and have subjectivity in a different way that exists from what we know now. Capital shifts that to a decentralized existence and repression that is internal to us, and capital is the thing on which all is registered. The distinction is important because as we talk about how these things exist in time, and how we sort of come to where we're at now, how the capitalist forms and where the capital of a thing forms and how it functions is going to be where I think the center of my critique is going to end up landing, but we'll see. Again, I can give you a couple really great books on feudalism and our modern understanding of it, that it's a really amazing sort of thing, but very much feudalism didn't exist. And it's a really amazing background.
Feudalism was a major advance over the instability that came before.
But generally speaking, I'm going to assume you're talking about large-scale societies lived amongst in a hierarchical position, that kind of thing. Again, feudalism is a specific term. It's fine. The historical period I understand is a thing.
For it, society could now support far more people than before as food production stabilized. But feudalism, like any system, had limits. Production was small in scale, and most people still lived close to subsistence, so a bad harvest could still mean famine. These limits created pressure for further development. New technologies and techniques expand the limits of what's possible, and systems can only scale so far.
And it's one of the things that is, like, it's going to be interesting. The phrasing and the setup is I think I see where you're going with it, and you kind of mentioned it earlier.
With a growing population, trade needed to expand. Workshops became larger. Previously discrete tasks became increasingly cooperative. Work that had once been performed in relative isolation became interdependent.
In feudalism, people owned tools.
Tools! Tools!
Simple machines, hammers, and plows, means of production. But if everyone owned the means of production, were they all capitalists? Well, no. Capitalism is a relatively new condition that arose when machines became complex enough to require coordinating multiple people into specific roles. The owners of those machines did just that, which produced a contradiction, which produced class.
I'd probably, causation's a fun one here. I'd probably end up saying something along the lines of, it is not machines that made capitalism, but capitalism that actually made machines. The way that machines exist under capital and the way that the investment of capital becomes the thing itself that ends up repeating, versus production being the center of it, which is the accumulation underneath a single lord or any of that, is going to be the difference. Again, class relations is going to be a really messy one for here, but
we're taught that feudalism ended primarily.
Yeah, capitalism, it came from the machines. Brodell, wonderful series of books on this, but I'd even say Worms in the Cheese is another great one. The capitalism definitely came first, with machines being basically the beginning of how we technologically decoded the nature of what work was underneath any of these positions.
Because people grew exhausted of their subservience to the feudal aristocracy.
I don't think Marx says capitalism it makes the proletariat. Yeah, but I think that's a minor quibble. I kind of get, again, I'm more interested in getting to like how it's going to replace capitalists. So that's like, I'm trying to follow a thread of how I understand these things. So when we get there, I can come back around and have that conversation.
As new ideals like liberty, equality, and fraternity emerged.
I'm exhausted of my subservience to the feudal aristocracy as liberty, equality, and fraternity have emerged.
However, that's an incomplete account and a bit naive.
Our marriage is more dead than you'll ever make feudalism.
The outrage leading into the French Revolution was real, but it wasn't because people were simply sick of feudalism.
Hello, Richard.
The bourgeoisie, merchants, financiers, and
Oh, it's all of this. Presume it's AI unless it's literally Peter or a thing you recognize.
Industrialists.
And no, we're not going to do the shitting on AI thing. Don't care.
The new capitalist class emerged as a part of feudal society. Their positions weren't created because top hats suddenly came into.
Did we go over the card posting? We did. Card posting called me a. You know what? You can rewind it. It's not great.
Style as crowns and silly white wigs went out, they were created by the need to organize labor that had been forced into interdependence by scale, trade, and machinery.
A worker finishes a task and goes to the back office, to the guy in charge, the boss, the head man, the top dog, the big cheese, the head honcho, and asks, "What do I do next?"
Yeah, but that would mean, then by your logic, capitalist relations organized handicraft in that way, which means capitalist relations came before machine, and precedes it by, I think, for Marx, 2 centuries. Class relations, which is produced by the relations, ultimately ends up making the machine system. Machine systems don't themselves produce class either way, as I understand it. And again, it's going to be a.
We call this
card posting is Jewish. I wouldn't. You know what? I'm not. Card posting use slurs on me, so it's a whole thing.
Formalized coordination, socialized.
It's kind of both. It is kind of both. I'm critiquing your video.
Production. And you might hear that and think, socialized? Well, that sounds pretty leftist. You'd be correct. The political left originally formed when supporters of the emerging capitalist class sat on the left side of the French National Assembly. Leftism is...
I want to get you a teleprompter, Peter. I want to send you one. It's really helpful.
Capitalist. Do you hear the people sing?
Okay, Shapiro, relax.
Singing the song of angry men.
Grievances against hereditary privilege only became politically explosive when the old order no longer aligned with how society actually functioned. Markets, workshops, and early factories.
It's a bad day when that happens. I empathize there.
Had organized daily life. The aristocrats.
You call leftism capital. Well, this is true. I'm trying to hear the whole argument, though.
Sat on the left side of the French National Assembly. Leftism is capitalist. Do you hear?
When the old order no longer aligned with how society actually functioned.
So, this is Lacerdo. This is Lacerdo, and Lacerdo argues it extremely well. That the intra-bourgeois conflict over the pace of revolution, which became presumed. Again, reactionaries weren't anti-revolution and revolutionaries weren't burn everything down. It was a choice about how fast we were going to move. That's kind of the origination of the bourgeois back and forth. So left doesn't have fundamental class content. Again, even in its original thing, left doesn't mean anything not significantly in that way. But you could also then make the argument that conservatism, not reactionary, but conservatism is therefore monarchist, and so capitalism is therefore a socialist coinage. So capitalism is therefore socialist. Which would be funny as shit to make that video. It's a structural, logical thing, but it would be funny to make that argument. Capitalism is socialist. Would be funny as shit, and people would be very upset.
Markets, workshops, and early factories had organized daily life. The aristocratic claim to rule by birth was exposed as merely
socialism, socialized production. You need to get this. Well, I'm more saying the structure that you've built for the argument runs the other direction entirely too, and it's tough that way.
symbolic,
We're cousins!
as the organization of labor created practical reasons for routing decision-making through someone. An individual who owns the machine should be knowledgeable about its operation or know whom to consult.
As it turns out, it actually says not to put your penis in it, so you'll need to stop doing that. All of you.
Liberty, equality, and fraternity didn't cause the transformation. It was a realignment of social relationships within the organization of production.
I mean, this feels like I think you're just, it feels like almost quoting Marx here. So I'm not arguing with any of it.
In that shift, the feudal order no longer...
You won't last, burned out. No, ghost, dude, don't. You don't have to stick around here. I'm a pause whore, and it's no fun, and I'm going to be critiquing you from my position, which is not yours. I guarantee you it's not yours. And I'm going to be kind about it, unless you do really dumb shit. And even if you do dumb shit, it's fine. I'm not blaming you. It's just the way it is. Just as long as you don't fucking call me a goy. Fucking card posting.
Matched material conditions. Once workers...
After Newton, people seem to invent more stuff. Well... Yes, because inventing was a thing. There's a weird way that it worked for a long time, how you could invent and how inventing worked. And yes, when the social system changed, more things happened.
Gathered around machinery, decisions about work had to be made continuously within the process itself, or it couldn't happen continuously.
By the cooperation of numerous wage laborers, the sway of capital develops into a real requisite of production. That a capitalist should command on the field of production is now as indispensable as that a general should command on the field of battle. All combined labor on a large scale requires a directing authority in order to secure the harmonious working of the individual activities. The single violin player is his own conductor. An orchestra requires a separate one. The work of directing, superintending and adjusting becomes one of the functions of capital, from the moment that the labor under the control of capital becomes cooperative.
You should be free to work for a wage.
I am going to be that guy. Were you quoting writers? I'm hoping you were quoting writer's translation. Writer's translation is excellent. All right. Cooperation of numerous. Nope, not exactly. Okay, so let me read it. This reads later. Feel like it's later. No, like later. Yep, production. Yep, cooperation. Straight up my own editing. Editing the Marx quotes. No. I just want to no, you're good. I'm not that pedantic. I'm a horrifying asshole, but I'm not that pedantic. Although that would be funny if I started doing that. Because there's a phrasing that is right around this that is itching me. That's why I'm power and whenever workers performing. I would also recommend Rader's translation is the one. If you're going to cite, you go straight to it. It's phenomenal. It's readable. It's much more interesting for people just as a general thing. People will find more to read and enjoy. What the fuck? Why is it all broken now? God damn it. Trying to find this. I just really like Writer's translation. That's just me, maybe. I don't know why it's all broken again. I feel like right around this, the work of directing, superintending, and adjusting becomes one of the functions of capital from the moment that the labor under the control of capital becomes cooperative. That's the thing I was looking for. I need to find this fucking... I need to figure out where it was, because there's a thing about how the capitalist functions in this. Page 302. Well, fine. 1 second. Fine. Fuck digital. Let's do it. Fuck digital. Page 302, you fucking asshole. I'm being cool. I've got a fucking physical copy, Brooks. See, Peter, this is the problem. People like August. 302. At first, capital's command over labor appeared merely as a formal consequence of the fact that the worker works for the capitalist rather than himself, i.e. he works under the capitalist. But as many wage laborers are brought together to cooperate, capital's control becomes necessary for carrying out the labor process. It becomes an actual precondition for production. A capitalist's orders on the field of production are now as indispensable as a general's on the field of battle. All directly social or collective labor performed on a large scale needs leaders who both mediate things so that individual acts of labor complement one another and carry out general functions that arise from the movement of the total productive organism, rather than the movement of its individual organs. A single violin player is his own conductor, but an orchestra can't conduct itself. This function of leadership, supervising and mediation, counts among capital's functions the moment... is your I'm just gonna stab, not that I should at this point because I haven't watched very much. Is your core argument that the nature of that leadership commonly is placed on the elites who don't really have an idea of what they're doing? And one of the challenges of that, I'm a believer in sortition, for example. I'm now just rambling. This is probably not your point exactly, so whatever. I'm a believer in sortition. I don't believe we should vote for anything. I think it's disgusting. I think we should randomly choose people who should be in positions of power at varying times or choose things. One of the challenges of sortition, it's a famous one, is knowledge. Knowledge is incredibly complicated because let's say I'm Brooks' president. I draw the lot. I'm president for a week. How do you define who gets to be my experts? Who teaches me things? Who tells me stuff? Now, there's systems for this. People have talked about and worked on sortition for a long time. But this argument seems to be heading in the direction of the AI can actually supplant that. Because more or less, capital is going to be what's determining things anyway, and AI is actually replacing the elites who are the knowers of where money needs to go or how things need to be done. And it could enable a varying type of sortition-based power where knowledge, because it is in this system and neutral as neutral gets, it can actually enable that. Like chili, it feels. Yeah, this is actually. I'm slowly. You didn't word it that way. I don't care if you worded it that way. I'm convincing myself of this position. And it's an interesting... Oh, wow. I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, Mark. Bear with me. I don't think anything's ever going to happen. Because there's one thing that would be really awesome to happen. And it still hasn't. You know the thing. So yeah. But I don't think it's particularly neutral. I don't think that matters. Nothing's ever neutral. The challenge of sortition, which is the only good form of democracy, the only actual form of democracy. Everything else is oligarchy and tyranny. The challenge is that people have unequal knowledge. And so if person X who doesn't know about things is put in a position of making choices, let's say 500 people, we select 1,000 people randomly around the country, and they're going to vote on bill X or Y. Now, our data centers allowed. Randomly selecting 1,000 people, like jury selection, 10,000 of them, 100,000 of them. I don't give a fuck. Pick a number that makes you comfortable with it. Or a workplace. By the way, this is on management of workplace. The best version of this is where everyone at any point can become leadership for all the reasons that all the classic libs used to say. The challenge is that that person doesn't have all of the knowledge and skills that come with being there for a long time. By having it be knowledge and other things a person must have in order to ascend to a position, you end up with the Peter Principle. Peter Principle is capitalism in action. People always are promoted into positions of mediocrity because you end up being promoted until you just can't really do work anymore. That's the function. It's bureaucracy. However, sortition, everyone gets to do it. Having a base layer of information or a base layer of tools or things that are set that are able to interface that. I know you're not making a case for sortition. I am not here to tell you why you're wrong. That's not why I watch videos. I watch videos to try to build off of them. And this is actually more interesting than I thought it was.
One of the functions.
So it parallels nicely with Veil of Entry. It really does. The justification will be undermined for the basis for stuff exists. Yeah, of course. Unless
of capital from the
I'm intrigued now.
Moment that the labor under the control of capital becomes cooperative.
You should be free to work for a wage, which is freedom, and definitely not a new form of subordination.
All right. If you're still here, Peter, when do you move past the history of it? Because I get the gist of what you're doing. When do you move actually into the now? Just so I can just get there. Just so I have you right here. Like, when's the next thing? Because I can't look at it. I have a fucked up shitty YouTube player. Not long. Okay, good.
They invest in and gather the machinery.
Generally speaking, Marx, capitalism, all of that.
Those tools.
I have to have my tools.
One might think the capitalist is lazy and greedy and...
I'm happy I ran into this video. Which is not a thing I thought I would be saying to Peter Coffin tonight.
That is why they try to automate out more work. This isn't necessarily wrong. Many capitalists are very lazy and very greedy, but there are many reasons that make sense to them beyond, I get to have more.
Getting to have more is pretty baller, though.
The march toward further automation targets very...
Anyone who says money doesn't buy happiness has never been on a jet ski.
Specific problems. Machines do not call in sick. They do not misinterpret instructions. They do not negotiate pay. Once a task is embedded in a tool or system, it is performed more or less the same way every time. Each refinement reduces uncertainty. Each improvement lowers the need for supervision. Each automated step replaces a point where judgment, discretion, or conflict could have interfered. From a capitalist...
Daniel Tosh mentioned? You think that's Daniel Tosh? That's Mitch Hedberg. That would be Mitch Hedberg. Do I take back my comment about hating me now? Oh no, I always have loved you. You know this, August.
Perspective, this isn't about laziness or politics. It's just eliminating potential points of failure. This isn't to say capitalists are pure of heart and well-intentioned, but there are practical reasons for the clipboards and bean counters. The more coordination that can be embedded into equipment, layouts, procedures, and systems, the less that has to be managed in the moment. Fewer decisions need to be made on the floor, and fewer people are needed to make them.
It's at this point that a familiar concern usually appears. What happens to the workers? What shall they do now that a machine does their job for them? I mean, just ask some insecure dude about vibrators sometime. You'll see what I mean.
This fear is not new.
Not a bad comparison. I'm leaving these books open because my brain is now racing.
It has accompanied every major wave of mechanization. In the early 1800s in Britain, textile work
less. NAFTA, and then even more so, it was China.
One of the things that is just true about AI, just to mention, it doesn't steal work. I hope he's ended up making this point. I have never seen an automation actually replace jobs. Does it increase productivity for people? Absolutely. So does a million other fucking things. Having coffee at work increases productivity, but nothing automates, not our work. Anyone who makes things, the skill of doing it is not able to be found in automation. The skill of doing it is not able to be found in data. It is a thing that is fundamentally not able to be done. And if your job is able to be done by that, it means that you primarily exist in a world of analyzing data and making choices that are recordable and registerable themselves. Which is... It's a mix on productivity? Sure. But it's generally speaking just another tool. The thesis I'm being slowly considered of. There's a thing to be considered there.
The printing press did not end writing.
Shit.
The camera did.
AI suffers from what I call monoculture process. Oh, absolutely. Like there's a reason AI art for a long time could only make white guys or very particular black faces. And there's a reason that in China it also does that, because it's, again, if you take all the internet from everywhere, the West has outsized everyone. Like it just is. It's the amount of content, the amount of images, the amount of writing. We've outsized everyone, even the billions in China. Like there's a different world of content that way. That thing breaks a direction. Monoculture of process is a great phrase. I am taking it. I took it. Actually, it should credit you. Where did it go? Shit. Fuck, I need to pay attention to this better. Where'd it go? There it is. Oop. You are immortalized. Oh, this is probably why you're in there. AI suffers from, and I'm planting it, by the way, which is a whole thing. It's I'll tell you about it another time. But that's solid commentary as a thing. Brooks went and convinced himself. I mean, I still think Peter's analysis of Marx is off, but I think it's off in a way that I'm used to it being off, so it's not really bothering me. And of course, I don't think Peter has the background in like a bunch of other shit I have. So like, there's a direction I think it's worth going. Specifically, if you watched my AI video, taking credit for a woman's work, how dare you? How dare you presume it's a woman? Women don't work. I'm sorry. It's terrible. It's terrible of me. I shouldn't have said that. That's terrible. This is my mind map that is being right now rebuilt into something very different. And I have it running. Let's see if, 1 second. Let's see if it's open. I don't know if it's fully connected right now. It may not be. I don't think it's connected right now. I'm finishing it up. GraphRag. So I basically have been turning all the comments I like, but also every single word I've ever said on the channel, all transcripts, everything, into a RAG database for an AI that can pull it up and that will be listening to me live at some point. My goal is listening to me live. And as I'm saying things, if I make a statement that it's able to determine I have said the opposite of, or someone has said a corrective thing for me on, it'll actually surface that. I'm making an anti-Brooks. That's the idea. And I'm pretty much enjoying the idea of it. It's got more work to do. The basis of it, the beginning of it, was the garden that you just saw. Which is not coming back up. There it is. Which was my first effort. It was about finding connections, building those, and then turning them into full swarm. So that way I could build a swarm database out of them. And finally a Notbrooks. It's literally the Notbrooks, correct. GraphRag. Yes. GraphRag is, if you have hardware for it, I have a 4090 that has been building it for 9 days. It's a lot. And I expect it to be even more as it gets going. But this was like my first crack at it. Real basic, real simple. It finds connections and then finds where those connections go and all of that. Basic layer, nothing super exciting. Then I did my second version of it, which is my exolarva was my running joke for it. And it has a full swarm of concepts and ideas and things I've spoken about. And it's very specifically built and sort of designed using semantic language and semantic connections from, you know, the idea of the semantic web and all of that from like forever ago. At any point, I can literally grab deterritorialization. I have 130 notes. There's synthesis moments. I can open, gather, expand, unfold, or dive. Let's open it up. It goes right to the notes. Here's all of it. Here's in my garden. Deterritorialization is not merely the philosophical abstraction found in Anti-Oedipus. It's the active engine driving every note you write on capitalism's mechanics. You use this concept specifically. It's built to echo things I've said and rebuild them and play with them very specifically. Give me spaces where I'm able to do it, where I did it, how I've talked about it. Deleuze infected avatar knowledge base. Documenting all the references I had of Avatar and Runway AI and my production company and all the things I've worked on. Because I've talked about all these things on stage. The Avatar is larval assemblage. I'm able to like go through and find really interesting things I've said that are weird, and like give myself something to fight against, to consider, to work with, and play with. Decoded flows, like these are all the concepts I've played with. Hey, look, sortition. as resistance to algorithmic determinism. Really good piece, by the way. Really good piece I was writing with Claude. It was really fun, actually. So it's like working on these ideas, trying to find references, and then I just dump all of it in there. I find it very useful. And it's I'm trying to turn it into something where it's not writing, like writing, where it's taking my words and just putting them in places. It's not easy, but it's a lot.
Not end.
Like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion,
I jump forward,
or Midjourney, which can produce new art or words on command using a process known as stealing. Sorry, that's an oversimplification. The process is called complicated stealing.
Oh, shit. News coverage swings between excitement and panic. Machines that can think. Machines that can replace entire professions.
I can ask that thing whatever and answers. Correct. As soon as the graph reg is fully done, yes.
Machines that one day might surpass human in.
And graph reg, just, again, it's worth taking a moment. I don't know if this is displaying. There it is. This is the first version of GraphReg. The one I have running is not Microsoft's. It is, come on. Nope, not this one. Fucking come on. Terrible. Terrible. One second, let me figure out which one it is. Fuck, I hate this. There's like 9 of these, and it's like, fucking come on. Two seconds. So frustrating. Mm-hmm. Boom, 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 boom. All right, there you are. And this, good. No, that's not it either. One second. There's a lot of programs because it's a base thing. But I use Christopher Lyon's version, and I can't remember how to spell his fucking name, and nothing's helping me right now. Because I don't know how to spell his name, and Am I finding it? I think I found it. Yeah, that one's it. Boom, there we go. This guy. He did a fucking amazing job working for this. Full knowledge graph, AI powered graph reg. And it's, I'll put it in chat too. Oh, anyone who has their ears perked up at any of the words I've used, enjoy. Genuinely enjoy. It's beautiful. It pulls, and that is a big one because I have 3,200 PDFs that I use, and then I have another 10,000 that I've gotten over time. Full PDFs, they get indexed and added to the 3D knowledge graph. Each one, 400 on a 4090, 400 pages, gets put in and ingested, and it takes 1.5 minutes. It's amazing. It's amazing. And then I can have that pull also other things, and you can have explorable, instantaneous graphs that are fucking gorgeous. Like, they're beautiful. So I'm going to have it soon. It's just, it takes a long time to set up. And he's got stuff set up. It's really amazing. Free. If you run it yourself. Free if you run it yourself.
intelligence. But AI today is not a
I'm using local models for, well, I use Claude when I decide I need help with coding. So Claude's my vibe coding partner on that, Claude Code. And then I have Local Llama running, what was I running today that I ended up tossing in? 2 seconds. God damn it. I don't know. I'm running, I have 2 of them. Girlfriend was through my arm, so I couldn't talk yet. Graph looks awesome though. There's a very interesting direction when you start actually using graph style DB with semantic breakdowns and then AI and a reg database. It changes. I did a very small version and you saw a shitty version of it. And I had Hermes running it for like 3 or 4 days. And I was just having it mine my fucking transcripts. And it was good. And I wasn't even like, that was 0 effort. It wasn't a really big set. It was just Hermes running on loops. Like this is like real shit. And it, again, it's crazy how much reference you can make. It's beautiful. Disheveled mad scientist vibe. Oh, I'm there.
Conscious machine or a digital brain, and it isn't truly creative. Art and human creativity combine memories, experiences, sensibilities, taste, and sensory input. AI merely processes information in finished works.
It's a junior version of my argument.
Doesn't live a human life, have experience.
AI is fundamentally just weights of pure tokens. It is without purport. It is without content. It is pure expression in the smallest pieces, the figura of life. And that's again, it's magic. Did Peter just randomly show up in your live stream? He did. I didn't know that he would be watching. I think he subbed to me. I don't know if he subbed to me even. Or if someone let him know. Probably someone let him know. I put it on Pashy.
Experiences or form sensibilities as people do.
If it did, what would be the point? It's just another person hanging around. That's just another guy. And I'm not...
Yeah, LLM's massage, but when you're running a GraphRag database that's set up like this with semantics and a large amount of your content, it has to be a large amount. A large amount of your content. It actually doesn't massage it anymore. It's weird. Like it's a fundamentally different thing that I think is more akin to sort of my fantasy of AI is the Star Trek. The hey, computer, tell me X, Y, and Z, and then just factually tells you shit. And you don't have to worry about it. There's a level that I can, again, not everything, but the stuff that's in the database, it's been very good on. Hey, find me places where Deleuze utilized this specific word for actualization or potential versus this, and it will find all of them. For translating, there's like nothing else. It's crazy.
Against having more dudes around.
You didn't do it? I think you did.
Around more fellas, but do we really need to engineer them?
He's a Sunday watcher. I know he's a President Sunday watcher because that's where I've given him shit a lot.
I mean, who really wants a tears in the rain situation here? Not I, said the rooster. Next, I'm going to talk about how AI is a great tool for automating tedious tasks that nobody wants to do. But before I do that, I'm going to bring up one of the most tedious tasks that I can do. AI can help people do things.
And when I started to research how Uber drivers were actually treated on the job, I found that they weren't really entrepreneurs.
The whole entrepreneur thing is a way to have full-time.
Yep.
Increasingly began to warn about the
Sorry,
dangers.
I'm just letting you know I'm going to start skipping around a little bit because I want to get going here in a minute. It's like building models to specifically identify plants, and that it works well at that. Exactly. And this is like, I'm trying to do a couple things, and I'm trying to build very particular things about how I engage and the words I use, and trying to reinforce positively for myself and reminding that, but also not losing threads of interesting things. For example, right now, a thread in my brain is the idea of sortition being powered by an AI infrastructure is a weird... I hadn't made that thing, but as I'm saying it, and as I'm saying it more, it starts registering in really strange places for me. Is what this is. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, I think the mop-in connection, and I think the online space for a lot of people, because most people don't have an offline space when they're a lot online, especially terminally online. And for however you feel about Peter, he's very much been online for forever. And a lot of people are. Sunday is, Vosh was, Destin. Like, these are people who, like, they didn't live a life outside of that. I'm coming from being someone who is disconnected from the machine, now connecting. I've lived online as much as people do, but I've had life, I've had work, I've had 100-hour weeks, I've had a career, I've written, I've done films, I've done music, I've done things, all of that, and then I come to this. It's a different mentality. So for me, I don't care about fiefdoms or partnerships. I make friends. Sunday is a friend. Jordy is a friend. I make friends. Tropical Stuck, I'm enjoying chatting with. It's phenomenal to meet people who are into this space and into this weird specific thing that I do in this weird specific place. If you're terminally online over the course of the last 20 years, I can't imagine the drive that it is of trying to find people to work with and do things like that. Like, remember Sunday, in and out of the sort of aggro drama phase, trying to find people to work with, right? Like, and he's got friends. Like Aiko, friendly, great. Me, great. But like, he tried to do stuff with Tyler. He tried to do stuff with other people, and you do that, and you either attach or move away. And I think Peter's another one of those people who's like all of us, we do better when we're social. And the world is toxic. Yeah, the toxicity of YouTube is horrifying, and social media is horrifying. Horrifying. And it's like awful. So you're starved, you're for community, you're in a conference where teenagers are waving around the Russian Z and the flag of the Donetsk people. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's completely... Hey, you say that, I would argue, I have ended up in clubs and when you drink and you make a friend and they invite you to come to the next bar with them. I was in, where was I? My book was coming out. I was in Times Square getting fucked up. I loved drinking in New York. I loved drinking in New York. And I ended up at this bar. The guy next, super cool. He was like, I ended up drank with Chris Angel that night. It was a weird night. And one of the bars we're at, this really cool dude is like, hey, dude, come to the next bar with me. No, I can get you in. The bouncer won't let you, but I was like, fucking, let's go. I fucking want to have a good time. My co-writer, Rob, who's from Iowa, and he's like the most, and I adore Rob. He's very much an Iowa guy. And we go in, and it's Club Barcode. It's a black bar, and it's a very particular kind of black bar, and we are the white guys, and everyone is looking at us as we walk in. And the guy I'm with is a black guy. He's like walking us in. He's like, yeah, no, grab a drink. No one cares. And everyone's like, so I didn't belong there. I had a great time. That's a happy story. I've ended up in really bad racist redneck bars. Not intentionally, but because I meet a cool guy, go to the next bar with him. We used to do this. We used to be social in the world. You call it ending up on whatever chat or Discord that you don't like talking to people about. Same thing. We all hunger for social. We all like connection. We all like friends and people we think we're going to get along with more and more. As that relationship hardens, the reality is we give up something for that. They give up something for us. Or we slowly learn that we weren't right about what we thought. And it happens. It happens.
Of the machine.
Look at this! This machine is the enemy! You fools! It's destroying us! It's making commodity production unprofitable! Smash the machines!
And that's exactly what they're doing now. OpenAI's Sam Altman, for example, has repeatedly warned about the dangers of artificial intelligence and called for global regulation of the technology, even as his company continues to push forward with more advanced models. Anthropic's
groomsman for work for his family is racist. Oh, yeah. Oh. I've been fortunate to officiate my brother's wedding, as well as my brother-in-law's wedding. I've also officiated another friend's wedding, and that was a experience. I live in Trump country. I just do. Like, there's Trump people all around. There's weirdos. The guy across the street, he has Trump flags, multiple on his truck. I'm out with my kids one day. I've never talked to him. Like, if we wave, we're friendly. And he goes, "Hey, come here." He's this like really like stocky, like Bautista looking motherfucker. He's like, his neck is thick. Like he's got a fat roll. Like, this is not a guy you get into a fight with, even though I have like a foot on him. I would never fight this guy. And he's like, "Come here. Hey, my kids are getting older. Say you got 2 kids running around every day. You want their beanbag chairs?" "Yeah, of course I do." "Cool. Here they are." He's a person. These are people. Stop judging them.
CEO Dario Emoti has basically been out doing the same thing.
By the way, I had painted fingernails, and so did Dexter. And Trump guy was totally cool as fuck.
He's been making rounds on various programs talking about how
Mark, that is the correct line.
How his new AI model is too advanced to release to the public for what harm it could do.
At some point, we're going to get to AI systems that are better than almost all humans at almost all tasks.
In 2020,
I always ask people, show me picking strawberries. That's all I want. You show me picking strawberries and I will get nervous about labor. Until then, we have a horrifying rape culture and abuse system for the way that we put workers on that kind of labor to work.
3 leaders of several of the world's most powerful AI labs and also wealthy idiot Elon Musk.
Dexter picked sparkly purple this last time. He loves it. It's one of my favorite things in the world, and I'll say it. Watching them grow up, teaching me about myself and about how I work, my reactions to things that I don't know that are baked into me, but also because Heather and I, we're very open. We're very free child, kind of like, we're not as bad as like the super hippies on TikTok, but Dexter's self-directed. And I mean, he reads better than most people you probably know. So like things are fine, but the way gender has existed for him, the way he's existed, his honesty around it and his growth, it's an amazing journey. And he's, Cardposting would say he's a straight white goy who has no clue about the world. But I would argue there's a lot more happening in my 8-year-old's life experience and all of that than anything Card deals with.
Signed a statement declaring that the risk of human extinction from artificial intelligence should be treated as a global priority alongside pandemics and nuclear war. And yet the development of these systems at the capitalism rewards anyone who can produce faster, cheaper, and more efficiently than.
I think I'm actually gonna take some time to tear this apart in a very specific way, because this is my critique is going to be the thing I saw at the beginning. This is a great moment to stop at, because it's the exact one that I think is the critique. It is not he who produces faster, cheaper, and more efficiently than his competitors. It is the person who owns or invests in and controls that system that does. A person who's an entrepreneur is beholden to investors, is beholden to the market. They're the ones who actually are rewarded. And an entrepreneur may end up becoming close, and that would be cute. But that's not it. That's not it at all. I'm going to actually spend time on a real critique here, because I think there's actually something worth as a discussion. I think something there. I really do. I think there's something there. It's mythological. It's an incorrect understanding of the history of capitalism, but again, it's a particular strain I know. And Mark, you know what I mean when I say that. Like, there's a strain that you know, I know it. It's the way it works. Was Odyssey as good as I've heard, Jumpy? His framing reproduces myths and I think his framing is reproducing a handful of misunderstandings around Marx that I think, again, and I'm not saying he should read Deleuze or has to. He should. Everyone should. Deleuze's reading and understanding of Marx and the way that they take production into everything fundamentally changed how I understood all of this. And I think that line is much more interesting, because that, with this, married to how sortition can operate with the non-deterministic nature of AI, is actually, like, there's actually structured randomness in all of it. And do you know how weird it is to say that? Because that's the cool thing. Structured randomness is magic. That's effectively magic. It's a counter-actualization. I like it. This is an interesting set of thoughts. It's an interesting set of thoughts. I don't get the Odyssey hype. I don't care for the Odyssey. I think it's a stupid book and story. It's fine. I get it. Whatever. It's not my flavor. I also hate fiction, so I'm probably the wrong person. I've heard that I will love the movie, and I look forward to that. Apparently Matt Damon is wonderful in it, and I'm really excited for that. You had not a word for sortition? Oh my. Sortition is, here's the thing. There's an angle here of changing governance to focus on AI, where you can actually build off the hype cycle in a way that capital would reward itself via government money, but you would actually shift ownership and control to the random selection of things, which is, that's a weird coincidence of hype meeting emancipation that you don't see as a thing. I need to do a sortition stream soon. I'm going to send you out of here. Hey, all of you are great. I think you're wonderful. I think you're a wonderful person. I think you're stunning, and I think you're smart and beautiful. And I hope you will subscribe. I hope you will give it a listen. Unless you're card posting, block me. Please. I don't want to interact anymore. Cardposting's name is going in the list of people I will not react to who will be banned if you'll be banned if you mention them in the QC. I have no interest in that response. We're done there. That's a bridge I'm burning, and I'm unbelievable. Peter Coffin is not. Did you think that was going to be the outcome tonight? Did you? I didn't think that was going to be a thing. And I think his understanding of a few things is definitely wrong. But the idea is not terrible. And that's a weird thing for me. And I want you to go tell Jordy that. Go tell Jordy. See you soon enough, everyone.